Good afternoon, dear participants and spectators. We're happy to welcome you to the International Futurologist Research Forum named after academic Sakharov. This year, we have celebrated a 100 year of academic Sakharov's birthday. He is one of the most famous researchers and public figures of the 20th century. Academic Sakharov was a father of the Soviet hydrogen bomb, that the most, powerful and destruction weapons made by the mankind. He was the Nobel Prize winner in 1975. A physicist and a theoretic academic, Sakharov was one of the prominent figures in the world, like Dmitry Mendeleev or Leonardo da Vinci. His articles about future, his futurologist articles, are relevant today, after 50 years. In 1974, academic Sakharov has published a Saturday Review magazine, an article related to the future, and we could only amaze today, reading that article, how exactly did he predict the way of things that we have today. He was able to foresee internet, mobile communications, robotic production, use of composites and digital twins. Academic Sakharov, he was not a professional futurologist, but he was able to put that science to a new level. Futurology, from philosophy and social science, came to a level of a science about technology trends. Owing to Sakharov, we began understanding what would happen in technology in the near future. So the trends have not only come true. Today, we are able, in the spirit of that futurology, baseline by Sakharov, to discuss our future for half a century ahead of us. That forum was able to happen due to Nizhny Novgorod region administration, and it's my pleasure to give a floor to Governor of Nizhny Novgorod region, Gleb Nikitin. Yes, Kirill, thank you. Dear colleagues, dear participants to the forum, I'm happy to welcome you to Sakharov Futurist and Futurologist Forum. This year we are going to celebrate 800th anniversary of Nizhny Novgorod and 100-year anniversary of academic Andrei Sakharov. He lived in our city in hard times of his life. It's a symbolic thing that our first compatriot who won a Nobel Prize winner, he was a physicist and a scientist. The 20th century is an age for getting humanitarian knowledge, and atom can be both military and peaceful. We need to define risks to ensure ourselves against mistakes. The history is moving on, and every day the mindset is changing. Older movies seem to be too long. A few second videos do not amaze. The hot news does not become hot in a few hours. There are unicorn companies that happen in a few years, and there is a feeling that we are moving in a race car. We don't have time to look around, and the key decision time is a key thing of success. Sometimes not only success but survival. According to the pandemic results, those countries and regions won who were able to find their way very fast in that situation. But we have to trace the route, because the road is being paved under our feet. We have no chance to miss a turn. So futurology is not about profits, is science to find a combination between science and technology. Even classics, Arthur Clarke, Herbert Wells, Stanislav Lem could not imagine that future forecasting would become a branch in the state governance. Academic Sakharov mentioned the international communication system like internet 50 years ago, but his prophecy happened much earlier. Futurology is today, not only tomorrow. Well, the future image should answer the question, what should we do today? And future sometimes happens not gradually, but puts challenges where you don't expect them. For instance, the pandemic of COVID-19. You may have, inventions or big things, and some people don't know it. The Future Futurology Forum is a milestone event, and I'm sure that it would lay a foundation for a safe route for our race car in the turns of history, the race car of our country. Futurists or futurologists are people who collect knowledge about the future from different pieces of information, science, technological beginnings, and startup companies. Our concept is to convene at Sakharov Futurologist Forum the best experts from all over the globe, and we were able to summon such people. Let's introduce them. Gerd Leonhard, a Swiss futurist, humanist, speaker, author of many books, film director, heading the Future Agency, a very multifaceted person. Michael Wassar, a very interesting person. He once was a founder of a Singularity Institute, who was the first institute to study the future. He is an activist, an entrepreneur, and a blogger. Aubrey, a British expert, the Chief Research Officer of SENS Research Foundation. Aubrey is our longevity expert. Sohail Inayatulla, a very high-profile expert. UNESCO Futurist Center head. He is working on Tonkan University of Taiwan, and he is a futurologist in the Abu Dhabi department, government. Marc Pesce, a futurologist and inventor, TV host, entrepreneur, and so on. Graham Codlington, a speaker, an author of many books, consultant, director of the Future Jobs Academy. Doug Stevens, founder and CEO of eTail Project Agency, and our Russian Boris Agatov, futurologist. He is an independent expert for retail and founder of his own consulting company, New Retail Project Line. Artem Oganov, professor of Skoltech, Moscow Institute of Steel and Alloys, head of a Russian Academy of Sciences laboratory, doctor of physics and mathematics. Distinguished friends, the forum is going to be broadcasted on our official website, Sakharov Forum Online, and under the auspices of St. Petersburg Economic Forum at Nizhny Novgorod region booth, our main organizer. Dear friends, our forum is now open, so let's start our program. In the world history and in our country's history, academic Andrei Sakharov is known as a human rights activist, physicist, Nobel Prize laureate, but not a futurist. However, he was a futurist, and back in 1974, he wrote a prophecy article where he predicted internet, mobile communications, robotics, digital twins. Basically, we can say that academic Sakharov at that time described what we call today the post-digital economy. And now we are going to discuss the next trends of post-digital economy. And I have personal feelings. I saw Andrei Sakharov in 1989. I was a student and I interviewed him. And of course, the interview was about politics, but at a certain time, academic paused, smiled, and said, maybe in 5 years' time, there would be parliamentary elections and new constitutions. There would be no lines in shops, and there would be a selection of goods in the shop. And it was 1989, and it happened much faster. Back in 1993, the changes began to happen, but he foresaw them, and he was a very talented person. And now we are going to look into the future. Today's session is attended by a person that I'm happy to introduce Gleb Nikitin, governor of Nizhny Novgorod Oblast or region. He is a visionary, he is a politician. We're going to speak about very specific topics about urban development, transport, and on very bizarre topics of the future. My first question to you is a general one. Where to find pivotal points or footholds for the future forecasting lab? What do you think? Yes, hello, Kirill. First of all, I wanted to say that the article that you have mentioned and was born by Andrei Sakharov 50 years ago was a discovery to me and an incentive to think about the future by myself, about what's going to be the world in 50 years' time. And that's very good that there is an initiative of such a forum on his 100-year anniversary of his birthday. And the past forces us to think about the future, about global mindset and ethical issues. Thank you for that initiative and for that organization. Speaking about the footholds, they are around us. There are millions of them. All those changes that are happening now, both technology changes and psychological ones, mental changes, behavioral ones, they make it possible for us to speak about AI, to make combinations and connections, and that future image is like the world around us has been changing, constantly changing. There are some global trends that maybe not a consensus, but a certain vision is there, and those trends have global questions that the mankind is faced. The first question is the future and the ethical foundation. Over the human history, it was mythology, religion, and customs, and some traditional things, traditional bonds or traditions, but they have changed over time. Now we can see a bigger speed of change in that, and I do want that future people, our grandchildren in 50 years' time, would have guiding lights or milestones to be left by our generation and by the next generation. Because that thin balance of humanity existence that was able to give him a chance to survive is about morality or ethics. But getting back to the foothold question, basically this is an intelligence of every single person. We have 7.5 billion people on Earth. It's 7.5 footholds to make an image that we would finally have. Gleb, an interesting idea. Religion and science have made a positive image of the future for every person, and working in that framework is a big global idea. So let us try to look at the technology specifics of the future, and let's get back to the most important part, a human being. The technology changes related to the city, region, transport. Some introduction for you. When forecasting the development of urban cities in the future, we thought that the major megapolis would be Moscow, maybe 50 million people megapolis. And recently I made a bet with an expert. I said that Moscow, when it reaches de jure and de facto bigger borders, it would be easier to go to Nizhny Novgorod from Moscow than to the outskirts of Moscow. So on the one side, Muscovites would have a good access to the Volga River. For Nizhny Novgorod people, they would have access to Moscow science and technology and culture. Will it be one megapolis, or identity comes first? You know, economists and those technology people, they think about those trends the simplest in terms of forecasting. You know, there are lots of foundations to set up technology picture of our future life. Answering your question, if Nizhny Novgorod people would have access to Moscow services, those services would come to people in Nizhny Novgorod themselves. It would not, we wouldn't have to go there with high speed. So the future of bigger cities is going toward megapolises. This is a clear trend, and technology could change it, because the speed of traveling and simplicity of traveling, and it's going to be cheaper, because manless cars and manless trains would be there, bigger access to energy, it's going to be used in a more effective way. So it would remove borders between economic concentrations and on the one side, and it would not be, how to say, profitable for territories to exist where economic projects are not delivered as effectively as in Moscow. And probably we would merge into one bigger megapolis. But the other probability, as I can see it, is that at a certain point of time, that life Berlin would go back to bigger cities. Anyway, future is for the cities. The nature around them would be used for recreational purposes, for confined places, but at the same time, people would go to such cities for certain activities. So the trend of for concentration would be broken. You know, when a speed of train would be 350 kilometers, and that's going to be normal, Nizhny Novgorod is today's leader in Russia for that transport speed. Nizhny Novgorod would get more positive things because of that. But let's look at highways. Moscow-Kazan highway would cross the Nizhny Novgorod Oblast. But if we look at future trends, manless or driverless cars that would follow that road in 15 to 20 years, that would be a speed, because the limit's 110 or 130 kilometers per hour is a speed limit for a driver, but the driverless car would be safer than a car with a driver. So the speed of 250 kilometers would be a faster access to Arzamas town. And for Moscow or Nizhny Novgorod residents, that would be a chance to relax and to indulge into Russia's history. What do you think? Well, you're speaking about 350 kilometers. That's going to be normal. It's normal now in the world. It's not the futurist thing. It's not 50 years future. The infrastructure projects that we're discussing now, I do believe that the high-speed rail would be there to Kazan, and the road would be built in 2023. You know, Kirill, in 50 years' time, it's going to be the past. Those roads would become mega projects from your history textbook. I think there would be a brand new speed of traveling and opportunities based on the same rail principles or monorail principles or even other principles, but this is definitely 350 or 450 kilometers per hour. It's going to be a normal speed, I'm sure. It's 100%. I'm happy that you're so optimistic. Academic Sakharov supported you in 50 years ago. He wrote about the superconductivity, that the wheel would disappear and there would be magnetic trains. magnetic trains are there in other countries. Such projects have already been delivered or are being delivered. Once again, I can tell you that it would not be, critical to live in the downtown of Moscow. And people of Nizhny Novgorod, even if we don't speak about the urban reconstruction and urban decomposition, they would feel good living in their own city. They would be able to change the environment, to go to Arzamas for a relaxed mood, or to Moscow to just to change its environment at a certain period of time. Gleb, you have mentioned cities of the future, the prototype cities which are being built today, but with a future models of life. And I know that it's in Nizhny Novgorod city in Russia, such a city may come into existence. Thank you for that. Indeed, we forecast future not just for the sake of talking. We need to get ready for that. And looking at the environment of our city, we were able to see a huge space within the geographical borders where there should have been a huge district of Nizhny Novgorod city. On the other bank of the Volga River, the Bor municipality, there is a huge space for experiments. And I know that there are quite a few projects in the world, cities of the future, where they try to organize, to engineer, to make an urban planning based on the technology forecast. So we have delivered such a project, such a concept, and basically this is not a city, it's a park. It's not a park, it's a city. So it's a confluence of two definitions: a city with the minimum density of population, and the city or a town which is built on energy positive solutions for buildings, a town which is environmentally friendly 100% based on geographical friendliness that is required to keep the landscape and the image that we can see now from the Volga Bank, from the Kremlin of Nizhny Novgorod at sunsets. This town, which is based on electric transport principles, buildings that exist in areas like Oslo, buildings that generate electricity, not consume electricity, so they're energy positive. A town where you can, in the cold period of time, where you can use internal passages by foot or by roller skates. You can go kilometers without leaving a building, or to cut corners in the park areas. So that solution seems comfortable, and it's road transport. So we have been working on that concept pretty long time now. So we dived deeper into that urban planning, 150 new residents on 3,500 hectares. So all the buildings, as I said, for that environmental geographical friendliness, have no more than 4 floors. The Bor Poima is going to be stay there, and there's a good distance to the Volga River, so no concrete waterfront that we used to build in cities or towns. They have a good transport accessibility, and the high-speed rail station that we are going to introduce soon, if that decision is going to be taken, and it's Moscow station of Nizhny Novgorod. So this is the Parkograd town on the one side, or but at the same time it's a bigger part of Nizhny Novgorod in the future. Our downtown has been developing now a lot. We developed the historical center of our town. The upper side, where the Kremlin is, would be a focus of historic heritage and intellectual and cultural center. The point at the confluence of the Oka and Volga River, there would be the third place, the cultural, sports, and leisure infrastructure. There is a stadium already built there. We're going to develop it further. And speaking about social life and active professional intellectual life, we're going to set up a space just on the opposite side, because the ideological professional point of growth is universities and science, anchors through intelligence, through creativity, and there could be various types of activities there, because this is a future forecast that we will focus on creativity. And the biggest ideology of that town is that we don't sell 100 not square meters or a new micro district in the classical understanding just for the sake of the beauty and picture. We offer a new longevity of life. Life expectancy in that new city should be much higher than in the leading countries of the world at the moment, and in the leading countries of the world in the future. So this is a concept. It's not about tomorrow, but it's about the future that seems far away, but that future would come soon. Okay, in half a century. Okay, Gleb, let's get back to a human being, the main actor of the future, because at that forum there are high-profile international futurists and futurologists. So the future is anthroponomics, human-centric economy, and a human being would play a bigger role in that. Medical technology, transport services, and they would all be human-driven, and they would be personalized, like personalized aids, medicine, and so on. So my last question for you is how to preserve that balance of life on Earth for a human being to feel comfortable. What is the most important thing here? Getting back to your first question, we are building an anthroponomics, and we are going to have a human being in the center of that. We imagine an ideal human being who wants to create, to do something, to have conditions for that creativity. A human being should want it. That's the most important thing, because consumers, that human cell that we're always speaking about, we need it to not downgrade, I would say, to not get simple over that, because sometimes we can see a trend due to digitalization and lots of gadgets and services that our children, and we ourselves as well, our generation does math in our head less frequently than before, and we don't use our brain often. So the most important thing is to create incentives for human beings to develop internally, to get better, and to be oriented by ethics things that should not stay away from that process of permanent erasure of borders. We can see that we erase borders between what can be done and what cannot be done, what is black or white. So that is an important thing to mention. However, it's a complex thing, but that balance, I would say, we should keep that balance, and to make a foundation for that balance through childish imagination, because children are naive. We adults try to think about what is not existent. But our children, what they tell us, it does exist. They feel what really exists. And through the prism of that perception, a child is never oriented towards war or catastrophes. A child is always oriented to something good and bright. And if we listen to our children more, if we reflect more, looking at our children, we would perceive that balance. So the future economics would be better and more frank as our children. Thank you, Gleb, for that interview. I'm happy that Nizhny Novgorod region has a visionary governor. And thank you, Kirill. The pleasure was mine. Dear friends, and now I'm going to introduce Gerd Leonhard from Switzerland. His motto is People, Planet, and Prosperity. Hundreds of conferences over the last 20 years. Gerd works with Microsoft, NBC, Visa, Google, Audi, and IBM. He inspires millions of people to create, as he says, the better version of tomorrow. He is the author of a bestseller, Technology versus Man. That book could be bought by you, dear participants, using a special link. For an electronic or audiobook, you can use the link under his presentation slide and use your own promo code. Gerd is confident that in the coming 10 years, the world would change bigger than in the last 100 years. According to him, we live in a mega shift times, and that relates to everyone. He defines a few key trends: gamification, and this is 5G, Internet of Things, 6G, robotics, augmentation, and automation. According to him, he also warns us about hazards of AI. It should not dominate, says Gerd. This is a tool that should be a tool. Human-machine interface, what's going to happen in 10 years' time? Let's learn about that together with Gerd Leonhard.
Greetings and hello everybody, Dobry den. I'm Gerd Leonhard, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. It's my great pleasure to give a keynote today and do a presentation for the International Scientific Futurological Forum named after Andrei Sakharov, The World in Half a Century. And I will talk to you about the future of humanity, technology and humanity, and our relationship with technology and what it all means in the upcoming decade or two. Let's dive right in. We are clearly at a fork in the road moment, which means the decisions that we take today, whether it's about climate change or technology or geoengineering or genetic engineering, they're going to influence our future and define our future irrevocably. We're going to be at intersections where what we decide is the future of the species in the next 10 years, going with the thoughts of course, many other futurists like Buckminster Fuller who talk about utopia or oblivion, the kind of choices that we make today. And beyond Corona, these are going to be our key choices. We're going to design our future. We're going to take the fork in the road in so many ways, because it's not just the COVID-19 crisis. The thing that's happening right now, we can see that around us everywhere, is the redefinition of what we're going to do about climate change and global warming. This is moving center stage right now, away from the discussion about vaccines and how we're going to deal with the crisis only. But as a natural consequence, we were able to sacrifice and change and listen to people and make dramatic changes to our lives because of COVID. We're going to have to do the same for climate change, followed by the third wave, which is the change of the economic logic. How we're going to tackle climate change if it's all going to be about profit and growth. We're not. We're going to tackle climate change if we take a wider view: people, planet, purpose, and prosperity, which I will explain a little bit later. But one thing is quite clear, because of all of these waves happening, our lives will change a lot more in the next 10 years than the previous 100 years. This is not an overstatement, as it may sound to some of you. Right? It's this dramatic input of technology changing our life. Every week there's a new invention. Dramatic things around us like geopolitics, the new role of the US and China and Europe. I mean, the next 10 years will be mind-boggling change, opportunity, challenge, and considerable chaos that we have to get used to, and that we have to respond to, and that we have to get our mind around this with what I call the future mindset. Clearly, what has happened is that we have had more digital transformation in the past 6 months or 12 months than we had in the previous 5 or even 10 years. Working from home, online entertainment, telemedicine, right? Working in the cloud, connecting with others to remote services, and e-commerce. I mean, we're talking about explosive changes here. And the speed of this has been vastly accelerated because of COVID. In many ways, that's a good thing, of course, because now we're able to respond, like doing events like this one. But we still have to get around this change of paradigm of what it means to use technology to such an extent. For example, telemedicine has exploded. You know, that means basically people are going to the doctor remotely by using wristbands or sharing their data, or by using, of course, video apps and so on and so on. And that's going to be a good trend, I think, also hopefully bringing down the cost of healthcare in the very near future. So telemedicine is just one of those examples how our lives have changed, and even people who are already beyond 70 and barely know how to use a smartphone have now adopted this capability of going to the doctor remotely, of ordering things online, of communicating with others. It's mind-boggling, right? And I think that's primarily good change for us here. So in many ways you can say that what used to be unthinkable has become the new normal. Like I said earlier, just a bunch of normals right next to each other. Unthinkable? Well, an empty office? People working from home? No longer unthinkable. Are we going to go back to the office? Yes, we are, but in the same way? No. I think we're looking at a hybrid scenario in the future, depending on the culture and the job that remains to be done. But clearly we're seeing all around us, it's possible to communicate remotely. It's not as satisfying, it's not as human, but it does have its spot, and we're not going to forget about that spot in the future. That sort of new normal, the unthinkable, that is already in our heads now, right? That we can say, well, maybe we can do this. Maybe we can learn something. Even, when you're not 25, you can learn technology to change your life. And that has been the impact of COVID, and in a positive way. And sometimes also in a way that's a little bit scary, like we're getting too used to it, right? But clearly, working from home, everything that has already been there before the crisis has been vastly accelerated. All of the good things and all of the not so good things. So this here is our opportunity and our challenge. As a crisis is always an opportunity. This convergence of humans and machines, the fact that machines are getting smart, I wouldn't say intelligent, they're getting fast, cognitive, as some people would say. They can learn, not learn like us, but machine learning, deep learning. And this change is going to drive a lot of progress. It's going to make things like telehealth and the reinvention of healthcare. It's going to make it completely obvious and doable and feasible in the very near future. But it will also make us think about who we are and who do we want to remain. And should we get too dependent on technology? Should we be able to get out of bed without connecting to the internet? Well, it sounds like a funny question, but when we have a brain-computer interface, as Elon Musk is proposing, could we still function without it? There's been lots of science fiction on this one, but clearly this is our opportunity and also our challenge. My view is we should keep technology as a tool, not as a purpose, and not as a precondition for living. Now, there's going to be a lot of discussion about that one. I look forward to the debate with you on this. But, we're going into a world of the game changers, as I call it many times. And the game changers include, of course, the Internet of Things and quantum computing and natural language processing and artificial intelligence, so-called artificial intelligence, and the blockchain and 3D printing and genetic engineering and virtual reality. All of those are the game changers. The thing is, however, we thought they were going to come very slowly or gradually, but they're not. They're coming suddenly. First, not at all, and then all of a sudden it's like warp drive. Like I said earlier, we're going to step into warp drive and just go nuts with all these changes in the next 10 years. Our lives and our society, our culture, our humanity will change more in the next 10 years than the previous 100 years. I've said this many times before, and it sounds kind of like overstressing the point, but it's not. The changes in the next 10 years are truly exponential at the takeoff curve, right? 4, 8, 16, 32, not 0.1, 0.02, 0.04. They're leaping. Right? In 10 years, roughly, that means 256 from today, 300x, right? I mean 100x from today. And it's going to be mind-boggling in terms of the possible consequences, the possibilities to solve problems, to do better things, to have a better future, and the possibilities for not such a good future. I really believe that as we're moving into a future of total technology everywhere, everybody online, everybody connected, the Internet of Things, remote, everything, it's going to matter more to be human. We're going to look for more human contact. We're going to look more for HI, human intelligence, than just for AI, because that's who we are. We value connections with others. We have relationships. We have engagement. And we have feelings. We have emotions. We are not calculatable in the complete sense of that word. We are just different than machines. And this is, I think, we're going to emphasize this more in education, in jobs. We're going to move towards emotional intelligence and so on in this game-changing world. Mind-boggling, my favorite word, as you can tell. The mega shifts that are happening. Megashifts.digital, you can download the chapter here from my recent book, Technology vs. Humanity, in like 12 languages. For free, megashifts.digital. But these megashifts are all overlapping and happening at the same time. This is what makes it so confusing the next decade. We're going to experience the rapid cognification of pretty much everything, whether it's agriculture or transport or trading or the financial markets, right? Things becoming smart all around us, using intelligent machines and deep learning, and that's going to change the world too. It's positive, but sometimes we have to ask the question whether the cognification has been done right, or whether there's bias, like in social media. We should not let the principle of social media take too far in impacting everything else. Virtualization, right? For example, virtual factories, digital twins, all around us, leading, of course, to the robotization of pretty much anything that a machine could do, as we have in factories already, like driving, like flying, like doing the grunt work, cleaning up outside, planting trees and building solar systems. The augmentation of everything that we do around us. I mean, augmentation of how we see things, how we hear things, how we can look for data, virtuality, holograms. Working from home will never be the same. The biggest factor here is automation. Automation is a bigger force than globalization, because we're going to automate whatever can be automated, right? Whether it's financial research or advisory work or solar grids and the connectivity to other grids and so on. The megashifts will run our lives in so many ways. And then the question will be, do we understand them? Can we embrace them? Which ones should we embrace? And how can we transcend this technological domination? We'll just use them, but not be run by them. Right? Very, very big question when we look at the mega shifts, but this will impact every single industry, and already has when we look back at media and advertising, and now the car industry with augmentation, personalization, virtualization. You know, cars are now becoming software. It's one of those results of these mega shifts. So have a good look at this chapter and give it a good read and think, and pin this picture on the wall. Great example for the mega shifts is what happened in the car industry. You know, we do have some sort of autonomous driving, like we have here with Waymo in Palo Alto, California. I think it's actually in Arizona. But clearly, yeah, it works. But have you seen it anywhere else apart from the lab? And when are we going to see it anywhere else? Are we going to see this in Beirut or in Munich or in Seoul? You know, well, I think we're going to see some of it, but basically what's happening here is when we say, well, these systems are intelligent, but they're not intelligent like humans, that they can do substitute work. For example, I foresee a future where we take such a vehicle or a similar vehicle from the train station to the hotel or the airport in a designated lane. But true driving like a human, completely level 5, I think that's still some time off, and we should not overpromise. I think this will be plenty if this works in city centers. Imagine all the places that we can unlock and get rid of the parking spots and get rid of the park houses and build kindergartens and greenhouses instead. Let's not mistake a clear view for a short distance, as my futurist colleague Paul Sappho likes to say. A clear view means, yeah, this is possible, it's going to happen, but what is the distance? And what are the steps to that? I think we're going to see lots of steps. I'm really excited about autonomous driving and assisted driving. That is a major thing, and I see a great solution also for the environment. Electric cars, clearly there won't be any other cars in just the next decade or two, new ones at least. So clearly this is something we have to look at, and where that's taken us, maybe a bit of too much of a mechanical view of the future. As we're seeing that it's becoming possible to do all that stuff, we should not mistake that for reality. We should keep our pessimism and ask questions and not mistake a clear view and a precise view for that short distance. And this is of course very important, for example, if you're in the financial industry or if you're an investor, is to understand how it all hangs together. The reality, for example, in self-driving cars is this, right? This is the Tesla self-parking application. That works perfectly fine because it's a limited application, but also very useful for so many things already. So we should look for the useful things, the intelligent assistants, rather than machines that are going to be like humans. As Stuart Russell has said many times, the professor of AI at UC Berkeley, really what we want from our machines and our computers is competence, not consciousness. We don't want them to be conscious, to be like us. We want them to just do the job and be a tool. Right? So the Moravec paradox is still very, very dominant in our world today. Whatever is easy for a human is hard for a computer and vice versa, which means as a human, I can immediately understand, for example, when I meet a person 0.4 seconds average, I would know if that person is a threat or interesting or what to think of them because I see the world like this, and everybody does. Right? It's instant. A child that pets a cat once would know for his whole life or her whole life that this is a cat and it's alive and it's a certain kind of cat. Well, a video AI does not know that. It needs 300 billion runs of it. But then it has it down in different ways. Right? So, and that is going to be the future of jobs, of education, of our work. We're going to do the work that machines can't do. And there'll be plenty of that. As machines are becoming very good at routine work, including legal work and e-discovery and social security administration and what have you. But there'll be always new work for us. I mean, 100 years ago, most of us worked in agriculture, and now it's less than 2% in most countries. And we have moved up the food chain. That's going to be an important realization when we talk about AI. When we talk about AI, we should forget Hollywood, Nollywood, Bollywood, Netflix, whatever direction you're looking at. It's entertaining, it's interesting, but it provides fear and dystopia. It provides ideas for me as well. I'm a great fan of science fiction. But when we look at the future, we need to take a step back and say, well, what is likely to happen? Like in this case, for example, artificial intelligence, artificial humans. Let's use Demis Hassabis definition of AI, computers or computer systems that turn information and data into knowledge. Think about that for a second. If a computer has knowledge, what do? Aren't we the ones that are supposed to have knowledge? Well, computer knowledge is different. It's binary, it's zeros and ones, it's mechanical. Even with quantum computing, you could argue that it's probably going to be mechanical. And we are plastic, and we are multinary. And so very important, of course, to see what's happening with the AI is that we're actually entering the realm of three different things here. The most powerful ones of which are the last couple of years, machine learning and deep learning, all the way, of course, the Google DeepMind and the Go game and so on. But let's define deep learning, for example, according to Wikipedia, who knows everything, or which knows everything, given the computers the ability to learn and find insights without programming. This is the key point. Machines that will learn from observing and deducting things. Very much a key point when you look at our future. If machines can do that, that will be extremely helpful because that's what we do, right? But we do it in a completely different, 360-degree general intelligence kind of way. And then that was machine learning. And deep learning, of course, is about giving it the workings of the human brain and creating patterns for use in decision making. This, by far, deep learning and machine learning, that is where all the progress is happening lately. And if we look in that direction, we can clearly say, yeah, that's going to solve image recognition, natural language processing, translation. Not perfectly, but close enough. Very powerful stuff, but the bottom line is this: forget the vision of the future that is dystopian or even utopian. This is a toolbox. It's a powerful tool, and it should remain a tool. It should be competent, it should not be conscious, right? It should be reliable, but it should not be making all decisions on our behalf. It should not be dominant, it should be powerful, but not dominating us in our decision making. And that's going to be a bit of a juggle when we talk about the future of AI. Let's take a step back and take a look at how it all came about. In 2015, we had the Atari breakout experiment, and that showed how deep learning, machine learning has improved. Like in this example, the robot and the machine, the computer, wasn't giving any information on Atari breakout, which I'm sure you know. The mission is to go through the wall and destroy all the bricks. Right? And the machine learned very slowly initially, but after a while, 120 minutes of looking at patterns and saving all of them and trying everything, and we got to be pretty good, as you can see here. Better than most humans, better than I would be. But the real breakthrough happens after 240 minutes of training, where the machine discovers, as most people eventually do, that the way to success is to break through the back and put the ball in the back that pings all the bricks from the back, as you can see here shortly. And that is a powerful learning process. If a machine can do that, what else can it be learning like this? Right? Very, very powerful debate about where we're going with this. So let's talk about the future of work and what all the tech means in our future and what's happening to routine. The core theme is that routine as we know it will be done by machines. It's the end of routine. Anything that can be automated, digitized, virtualized, robotized, cognified, mega shifts, right, will be. That's the end of routine. But you'd be surprised, how many things that we think of as routine, like translating, turns out not to be entirely routine, just a little chunk of it. And the Oxford report 5 years ago said that many jobs can be automated, 40–60% of them, depending on the country and the profession. And then a new report came out by McKinsey saying that from those 60%, maybe only 5% can be completely automated. So think of call centers, think of driving, think of flying an airplane. Anything that's routine, machines will learn, and then we can give that to the machine in a safe way. But when you drive a car, there's many pieces that can't be automated, including ethical decisions, including issues of free will. And of course, those are kind of difficult angles to predict, and machines don't know that because they're binary, right? But basically what's happening here is that we have to ask how much of my work or your work is routine. And whatever that routine is, we should outsource it and let a machine do it, like I do now for research, right? Or transcribing and things like that. And machines are going to be very powerful. If you're a lawyer, your paralegal will be a bot. And yes, it will not be able to do, or she will not be able to, or it will not be able to do everything your other paralegals did or do. And there won't be much displacement in the sense that it will just take the job away. But on the lowest level, like calling a call center with your PNR, your code, and to change a booking, right? Yeah, a machine can do that, and this is happening all around us, and we should be aware of this, and we should embrace it by also making some of the benefits of that automation available to those who look to upgrade. This is, of course, a big social debate. When the routine is being automated, how do we retrain people? How do we give them enough resilience and agility to upskill and to see all the things that they could be doing? I mean, the world clearly is changing so fast, not again because of the COVID crisis, but before that, machines will do the routine work. This is a 2-year-old chart. I show it by purpose from the World Economic Forum and The Economist, how much more work will be done by machines. And do we have to fear that? This is an important question. That's why the next slide is more on the positive side, again from The Economist. Non-routine cognitive work is arising, and this was years ago already, and we have to get a new slide on this, but I'm sure it's the same direction. and non-routine manual work is increasing. And those are the jobs our kids will be doing. Those are the jobs that I want to do, the non-routine work. Because let's face it, who likes routine? Well, there are some jobs that you may like as routine because they're comforting, right? But can we leave them behind? Like, take the example of car maintenance, car repairs. If your car is electric and it's self-driving and it's smart, can you just put it in a box and the robots come and they do what they have to do? Very likely. 100% not very likely, but still, a substantial amount of that work is going to be done by machines, by remote sensoring systems and all that kind of stuff. So it's about moving up the scale if you're a car mechanic, right? A transportation mechanic, you could say, or transportation engineer in the future. And non-routine work is the future. You can see that also in this spread here of the skills quite clearly. What's on top in the magic quadrant here on the top right, leadership, advanced IT, creativity, project management, critical thinking, right? And on this stuff, this is a mix of technology and personality skills. And it's going to mean that we're moving up and leaving that other stuff down here, gross motor skills, basic literacy, equipment operation. The machines can learn that, they can do it. Does that mean we're going to lose our job? Well, we're going to lose the jobs that are 100% routine, out of which there aren't that many. Like, for example, mining operating equipment, right? And fact-checking and things like that. But, we're perfectly capable of moving up the food chain. We just have to get ready, and we need some funding, some support to get to that level. So, as I was saying earlier, much has been made about the idea of the useless humans, because anything that can be automated will be. It doesn't make us useless. It makes our routines useless. We're going to give up our routine tasks. And even that, some of them we can't and we don't want to, and that should also be okay. Well, we're not useless because we have smart machines or automation. In fact, anything that cannot be automated, digitized, automated, virtualized, robotized, becomes even more valuable. For example, what I call the androrhythms, the human-only skills. Imagination, ethics, emotions, compassion, mystery, values, consciousness. I mean, try to explain that to a machine. Is it possible? Yes. Eventually we can get machines to understand that and can simulate it. But that's a long way off. It's probably not going to be our goal. As I said earlier, it's about being able to do stuff, right? It's about competence, not about consciousness. So we're going to become more valuable because we have consciousness. We have human agency. We have what makes us human inherently. And we have that without doing anything for it, really. We can just do it. We can further it, we can further our imagination, let it out. Right? Einstein once said imagination is more important than knowledge. So let me wrap up my presentation with final thoughts and so what? What does it all mean, everything I've talked about? Well, this is the future. It's coming. It's obvious. It's within reach. What does it mean for us? Point number one, when we use technology, let's stay critical. Let's ask questions. Like Marshall McLuhan said, I think this was 1971, in his famous book, The Medium is the Message, every extension of man, woman, is also an amputation. Let's be sure we don't amputate too much. We amputated certain things when we got television, when we got the telephone, when we got the internet, and now we have virtual reality. But sometimes maybe it isn't worth amputating too much. Maybe it's worth taking a question and saying, well, do we really want to change this? Do we want to change that we can exist without connecting to the internet? Do we really need to make sure that virtual reality glasses are all around us so we can work faster and be more efficient and make more money? Those are questions that we have to ask. It's about the purpose. It's about the destination. It's about the future that we want, the future that we prefer rather than the future that we can have. A really important question. Don't self-amputate ourselves too much when we use technology and get rid of the things that we used to love. What is the balance between humans and machines? How far should we take it? Right? We're going to look to our politicians, to our governments, to our leaders, to writers, to futurists, hopefully, and keynote speakers to speak about that. But really we have to decide for ourselves, what is the balance with this? We need to resist reductionism that says, it's all about this and efficiency, optimization, making things faster, making more money. No, let's take a larger view of society, people, planet, purpose, prosperity, right? Let's take a larger view, balance technology and humanity. Use it as a tool, not as an obsession. What really matters to humans, we enjoy stuff like this. We enjoy maybe having an electronic pet dog. People have that in South Korea and in Japan. This is, I think, Zurich. We don't quite have that here. But what really matters to us is this, right? It's very simple. Experiences, engagement, relationships. Not just toys and gadgets and interesting stuff. It goes together, of course. One goes with the other, and the other one creates sort of a hedonic happiness, but deep happiness comes from experiences and engagement and relationships. It's much more than just having the right tool. Right? This is about purpose. So that is really important when we look at the future and what we want and defining the direction that we're going to go with this. And it impacts on what we do with technology. We should get off this idea of efficiency being so important. Right? Hyper efficiency, optimization, more margins. Right? It's not about that. Efficiency is for robots. For us, it's really quite simple about the opposite. We are not about efficiency. We are interested in creating. Right? We have to go from efficiency to creation. We have to create something entirely new and not just focus on tech to make it more efficient and faster. Right? Technology is going to give us the key to be more creative, and of course creativity comes from ourselves. Right? So let's transcend efficiency as the primary objective of our business and society and technology and go towards recreation, empowering us to do something different. Gilbert and Pine have, Gilbert and Sullivan, right? Gilmore and Pine have written about this in a great book in 1998 about the experience economy, and this is what we're going in right now. This idea of saying, we used to sell commodities, oil and gas, right? Goods, cars, services, Airbnb, the cloud, email, and so on. But now it's about experiences, right? Tesla is an experience company. Airbnb is now an experience company. Transforming us. This is where the value is moving. If you want to have a job in the future, don't stop with services or goods. Move towards providing experiences. Because that's also human only. Those are the skills that we need to provide experiences. That is the key, ultimately. Provide powerful experiences. Transform your clients, your students, your participants, your entire food chain. Transform the world around you by creating experiences. That is going to be the key for our own activity, to nurture also our future mindset, to understand what happens around us. We should spend an hour a day on the future, in the future. Reading books, looking at podcasts, looking at reviews, looking at videos, not Hollywood pictures. Right? Understanding what happens and talk to people about the future. When we have a future mindset, we're always going to figure out what to do next, because we'll have intuition, we'll have imagination, we can understand, truly understand. An hour a day, that's all I ask. And in this future, going beyond efficiency is going to be crucial. We need to strengthen our resilience, and this is something that COVID-19 has driven home. It's not just about efficiency, and it's about being prepared, it's about agility, about responding, about emotional intelligence. It's resilience is different than complying with digital transformation. We have to go beyond the idea of just transforming, but becoming agile. And as I was saying earlier about VUCA, we have to take the VUCA and turn it around. Right? And these are the key points of change, of course, for ourselves. Velocity, unorthodoxy, co-creation, the good old American word awesomeness. That's what we need now in the post-COVID society. Speed of change, unorthodox ideas, unusual concepts, violating, changing old rules, co-creating what makes the future, working with others and coming up with awesome solutions. And this is happening all around us. That's going to be the decade of flipping the VUCA. The decade of VUCA if we don't flip it. Right? But you're going to need resilience, and those are character skills that we have to practice. And if you work in a company, we have to allow resilience and agility, and allow creativity, allow room to play and experiment, and to achieve velocity and unorthodoxy. And most important in that process when we use technology is that we don't get carried away. We should embrace technology, but we shouldn't become technology. And that's a decision that we have to make every single day. Thanks very much for tuning in, and I'll see you in the future.
And now, my dear friends, I would like to introduce to you a very high-profile speaker. He is a man of the world. He operates in many countries simultaneously. And let's go to Asia, because his activities are related to that continent. His name is Professor Sohail Inayatulla. He is chairman of UNESCO Future Research, and at the same time he is a futurist and political scientist in Tonkan Taipei University. He is a professor at Melbourne School of Business. He worked a lot in Australia in Sydney University. He is an author of multiple books and publications, including Thinking About Future of the Asia-Pacific Region, Asia 2038, 10 Breakthrough Innovations, Transformation 2050. That's the future that we're now discussing in half a century. Sohail Inayatulla says that today's world is undergoing the few crises: an environmental crisis due to lack of resources, intensive aging and increased mortality on the other side, climate change, inequality, gender crisis, and of course, which is very relevant for us, is pandemic. And in his report, this high-profile expert would touch upon a topic: what would be the post-COVID world? How would it change after the pandemic? Let's listen to Professor Sohail Inayatulla.
So I think this is really looking at the big picture. We're going to try to go forward and make sense of the futures of the world economic system. Now, I want to start with one of my teachers, Emanuel Wallerstein, and his main conclusion was the challenges faced by the current system can't be resolved in the terms of the system. Capitalism is the endless accumulation of wealth. More is the narrative, and it's a system based on private property. The problems being solved, we have to go to a different level of analysis. So what are these crises? Clearly, there's the ecological, humans and nature. There's dramatic aging and now depopulation in many parts of the world. There's a crisis of meaning. There's climate change, deep crisis of inequity, participation, who's allowed to be part of this, a gender crisis, calling for women to fully participate, and a crisis within the West itself saying, what's next? What's new? Is it just Mars? Is that it? Or is there something else that matters? So these are those tough questions we're asking ourselves. Can we make the transition to global governance, renewable energy? If the planet is like a teenager, can we make the transition to becoming an adult? Teenagers fight. They're in cliques. They have paranoia. They're not centered. They don't have a sense of basically the group as a whole. Can we make the transition from wealth for the few to a Gaian polity, prosperity, people, planet, and purpose? And finally, going further, can we go from a masculinist system, one view, conflict-based, to a coordinated, cooperative system, as Sri Sarkar talks about? So this is really asking, can we make this transition? If so, how will we make it? These crises are planetary, they're intensifying, everyone's facing them, as we've seen through COVID-19. My favorite quote is from the words of Yang Chu while weeping at the crossroads. Isn't it here that you take a half step wrong and wake up 1,000 miles astray? So there's decisions we have to make. My colleague Graham Taylor calls it the great bifurcation. Can we move to a more complex system, greater human evolution, social evolution, or will we fragment, as we're seeing in many parts of the world, India, for example, Israel, Palestine, for example, where fragmentation is occurring because we're unable to go to the next level of human evolution. And clearly we're in the COVID crisis. None of us know what's going to happen. My talk, Futures Thinking, where I'm the UNESCO chair in Future Studies, we don't pretend to know what's going to happen, but we look at patterns and we say, what might happen? Scenario one is the great despair. The next 10 years, there's mutation after mutation, deaths after deaths, things get worse. This is almost the world of the zombie apocalypse. Zombie as a narrative. We see people we don't like, we assume they're zombies, people feel worse. We've seen the mental health statistics, angst, anxiety, fear. Or is this the needed pause? People slow down, reflect on their life, think about the next stage in human evolution? Can this even lead to a global health awakening? Planet, people, prosperity, purpose. We're already seeing some of the scientific breakthroughs coming from COVID-19 vaccinations could in fact lead to new breakthroughs in dealing with cancer. But the real issue is not about the technologies per se, but are we helping create a new way to identify who we are? Our identities are based on the nation state and are based on our social, emotional sensibilities, who we identify with. Can we make the shift if we're going to create global governance, a world after capitalism, we're identifying with ourselves as first human beings? That's difficult for many because there's angst. If we're used to being one particular nation, there's a decentering as we go greater complexity and say, no, first, I'm a human being. First, on this planet. This is difficult for everyone, but to make this transition, what Wallerstein says, we cannot solve the problem within the terms of the nation state, within the terms of world capitalism. Something else has to be created. So this is the transition to a new identity, not just a new economic system. One of my teachers, Ashish Nandi, called it the Gaia of civilizations. Sri Sarkar called it a bouquet of flowers, multiple cultures, multiple civilizations, guided by spirit, guided by indigenous knowledge, using dramatic new technologies, but Earth at the center. So this is adopting new AI technologies, but remembering spirit, remembering tradition, and focused on using the technologies for greater inclusion and greater peace. But it's not written. Nothing is written right now. We're in the period of transition. So is this a continuation of capitalism, patriarchy, and imperialism? We can easily see that if you look at that image there. The sun's above the male, nuclear technologies, man above earth. That's the key narrative we've had for 500 years, which has pushed away females, pushed away the others, and pushed away nature. So we're trying to decide what's the new narrative, what are the systems? To make sense of this, we use macro history, large patterns of change. I wrote a book with Johan Galton called Macro History, Macro Historians, another one called Situating Sarkar, a third called Transcending Boundaries. So these are books looking at big patterns of change, asking ourselves not what's tomorrow, but the next 20, 50, 100 years. And there's some core macro historical shapes: the linear, the cyclical, the pendulum, the spiral. We'll explore some of these as a way to think about what's next. There's Ibn Khaldun, who talks about the cycle, Spencer, progress, Auguste Comte, modernity, Sorkin, pendulums, and so forth. So the key first is we start to think about the future, we recognize there can be decline. What Khaldun said, once you're in power over generations, they decline. So be ready for decline, but think about ways to create what you call ashabiyya, greater unity. But where should this unity come from? The nation state, one's religion? No, here, the pathway, the doorway out is ashabiyya through being human. Having a Gaian identity, that's a pathway out of decline. Otherwise, we'll stay as a teenager in the world of cliques, not as a wise elder in the world of everyone. Now, certainly, Auguste Comte responds to this and says, yes, there's cycles, but there's also the possibility of rise, more development, more economic development, more science, more technology. And that's a response. If you look at Ibn Khaldun writing in the 14th century, you have these Western thinkers writing 400 or 500 years later, talking about the economic rise. And that's our situation today. The rise of the world capitalist system in the 15th century, we've had 500 years of economic rise in some sectors of the world. We've pushed away nature, pushed away gender, pushed away the others. So have we reached a possibility of a bifurcation? Taking the view of the rise will continue. We don't have to make a big change. We can ask ourselves, will East Asia actually optimize capitalism using science technology, using space exploration? China just got to Mars, using the global brain, linking our minds through technology, and using even meditation, not to transform, but to optimize. Can Asia, in fact, reinvigorate capitalism? That's one possibility here. So this is going from the iron rice bowl we had in the 50s, 60s to the 3D AI printed rice bowl. Going from a problem to every solution, as we see in Asia, to anything is possible. So in this world, the rise continues, but not from the West, but from East Asia. So if we go off 50, 100 years, we see this amazing rise throughout East Asia. The third alternative, of course, is Peter and Sorkin. You get the pendulum back and forth. We've had 500 years of sensate civilization, materialistic civilization, and now there's a sensate shift towards spiritual civilization, ideational civilization. But he goes further. Is it possible by 2150 to have an integrated civilization? We've had periods of sensate, only matter matters, only money matters, and then periods of ideational where we're debating how many angels on a pin. We're only debating issues of the spirit. Can we create both a spirit and matter type civilization? If so, who would lead that? Toynbee asked that question. Who will be the creative minority? In every system, there's some on the leading edge. Some lead us forward. They have the imagination of what can be. They're pulling us forward in this new direction. Most live in today, battling, fighting over today's ideas. Some imagine the new future. They pull us, as Fred Pollock said, they pull us towards the new future. Toynbee says, who are the creative minority? And this leads to the thinker Sri P.R. Sarkar. He says, they in fact are the Sadvipers, people who understand that history is cyclical. After one group comes in power, there's a revolution, then the next group gets in power, but it's still a cycle. There's no transformation in deep culture, in civilization. There's no Gaian identity. We're just fighting in the circle. He suggests a new type of leadership that's focused on the image of the future, that works and serves, that protects, that inspires, that innovates through wealth, ensures the money keeps on rolling. This type of leadership moves from the endless cycle or the endless linearity to the spiral, where we evaluate what part of tradition we use, and we have a new image of the future that includes spirit plus mind, spirit plus technology, values plus technology. So he has 4 archetypes here. So let's look at the next 100 years within Sarkar's archetypes. One is the worker, second is the warrior, third is the intellectual, and fourth is the person who accumulates capital. In his model, today, we're basically in what's called the world capitalist system, nation-state based. Within nations, there's some peace. Outside, it's chaos. We don't have international system agreements on child trafficking. How do you stop it? We don't have agreement on climate change. There's so many things we have. We're working on multilateral agreements, but we don't have them. Within nations, there's some security. Outside, there's none. This creates the contradictions and why we're at a bifurcation point. He suggests there's going to be what's called the workers' revolution, shooter revolution. There's 2 types of this. Type 1 is a violent revolt against political economic power, saying we've had enough. We're sick of being in the bottom while you make billions. My colleague Jose Ramos, Michelle Bovin says, yes, that's possible. But what if Sri Sarkar suggested it's the peer-to-peer, a non-violent revolution, what's called the peer-to-peer commons? Greater efficiency, the cooperative world, the sharing economy world. What if, in fact, that creates the revolution? The third possibility is globalization through new ideas, what the previous speaker talked about. Greater rights. It's within the current system, but more stakeholders are included. It's a capitalism with a human face, with a nature face. Deepak Chopra talked about that. The best capitalism includes workers, includes everyone. This is reformist. And finally, what might a different type of world system look like? Where the polity at what some level was centralized, clear rules on climate change, on travel, on pandemics. This is using artificial intelligence to create what's called economic bioregions. So your identity is no longer based on I live in this country, this state. Your identity based on here's your bioregion, and use artificial intelligence to increase efficiency and reduce inequity. This is a strong global regulatory system. That's why many people don't like it. It will regulate wealth accumulation, a maxi mini. It regulates, ensures gender inclusion, the use of nature and rights of animals and plants. Comes through sticks and carrots. So these are 4 different possible futures for the next 100 years. Will we continue the world capitalist system? Will there be a revolution of the commons, workers' revolution? Will be this new ideas, capitalism with a human face? Or in fact, are we going towards a global governance system, centralized, but the economy totally decentralized through new technologies? Clearly, right now, in Sri Sarkar's view, we're on the verge of this transition. What will emerge next? Will it be reformist or the radical world government system? Now, there's another way to think about this. That's using big patterns of change. The other way to talk about it is alternative futures. So let me give you a model. The simple one, when you think about scenarios, is no change. Nothing really changes. It's all the same. 50 years from now, we still have a world capitalist system, except Elon Musk now lives in Mars and he's living longer. Basically, that's it. Marginal change. Well, capitalism says, okay, we can only survive if we give more rights to females, give more rights to nature. This is stakeholder inclusion. That's some marginal change to keep the system going. Who saves the day? China saves the day. East Asia becomes what Hegel says, the Geist moves from the US, the Geist moves to East Asia, the Bushido ethic, hard work, next generation is better. You get marginal change in world capitalism. Adaptive looks very different. The game starts to change, deeper inclusion, and there's the radical where everything changes. So as an example, I've done that with technologies, the no change, computers come in, you still sit in rows. This is based on kind of Military's work on alternative educational futures. Marginal change, you're sitting in rows, but now there's a Skype bot. There's a robot there teaching you. Adaptive, student has access to knowledge, information 24/7 everywhere. It's student-centered. Radical, humans, nature, technology co-evolve. Knowledge, the nature of knowledge changes as we connect more with spirit, more with technology, more with ourselves. So we're possibly becoming more and more radical as we go onwards. So what does that mean? In the no change world, let's call it members only. Capitalism is a members only club. If you want to join, work hard, make $1 billion. Now we know what project we've just done with one government. They said this leads to sliding backwards. In a world where everything is changing, no change means if you're at the bottom, you'll be even more at the bottom, and more will join the bottom, as we're seeing with COVID-19. Marginal is, again, as I said earlier, you have some gender equity, some climate change mitigation, the move towards renewables. It's the beginnings of the triple bottom line: prosperity, parts of the planet, and more people. East Asia saves the day. As a club, the door to the club begins to open. And why does it open? Well, the billions made from having more gender inclusion. It's a $77 billion question just in Asia. So of course, marginal change will work. Marginal change is giving human nature rights to rivers. So that's moving towards, it's progressive. As in New Zealand, a river was given personhood status, as we're seeing also in Bolivia. And we know from the data, the more diverse you are, the better you do. So diversity, inclusion of females, minorities enhances, it optimizes your performance. So we're seeing many groups say, okay, that's a much better capitalism, let's join that. But adaptive said yes, but you're still not catching up. You're still in the terms. This is a 500-year pattern we're seeing. You can't just change marginally. More is needed. What is that more? So one is from cooperatives to platform cooperatives. Second is a global or multilateral treaties for taxation for the billionaires. You can use AI for people on the street, help the poor with real-time information on pricing, on climate, on markets. New technologies allowing far greater abundance, i.e. solar energy, 3D printed vegan steaks, real-time technology for everyone, reducing poverty. A maxi mini wage in nations and then globally. So this starts to talk about the new club. One is the old club. Club door opens. Here, you're starting to create the new club. This starts to move towards a very much a transformed capitalism. One way to move that is allow the movement of labor. Even the conservative magazine, The Economist, suggests if we allow more labor movement, there's $78 trillion in wealth that's sitting there. We can create $78 trillion of global wealth by just opening borders, allowing labor to go where it needs to go. We won't be swamped. It will create new ideas, business innovation, for example, care for the aged, and workers will become more productive if they know they have the right to move. In New Zealand metaphor, this was called sharing is winning. Platform cooperatives, movement, protect nature. So this goes from Uber enhancing efficiency to the workers owning Uber. You do that in every nation and you do that globally. In one country, in Egypt, we call this the Alibaba transformation. You give the new technologies to the poor, they're empowered, they have real-time information, they can actually have information on markets, capital, and this empowers them. And now wealth doesn't get created by giving tax cuts to the wealthy. Wealth gets created by enhancing demand from below. They can create cooperatives through AI, through new platforms. This becomes the adaptive way. Within the green model, it's going from the linear economy to the circular economy to the regenerative economy. And finally, what I'm suggesting here, as Sri Sarkar said, PRAMA, the dynamic equilibrium transformation economy. Now, the last scenario is the radical. I can see the other three emerging. This is now pushing us, well, what's afterwards as we go towards the end of this century? Why is the radical important? It's the image that leads. Of course, it's not going to happen in 2022. That's nonsense. Or even 2032, equally nonsensical. But as these great patterns moving towards different energy systems, more equity, as we move towards the adaptive, next comes the radical. And the radical is the imagination of what's impossible today. So part of our work in progressive forces and new economics, future studies, is to start to imagine the radical. As Pollock says, the utopians. My own professor, Jim Bader, said, well, don't say utopia, that's no place, say utopia, E-U-T-O-P-I-A, a good place. And this image of the future advances us, helps us create a different world. So what might this radical change look like? Going back to Sri Sarkar's model, it's moving from global governance, multilateral treaties around gender equity, maxi-mini, to real global governance. Now that happens through regional associations, an African Union, a European Union, a North American Union, a South American Union, an Asian Union, an Oceanic Union. These unions start to work together, nations get softer, regional associations get stronger, and then you start to talk about world governance. So that's AI with peer-to-peer cooperatives, with gender equity, with maxi-mini. And this starts to move from the story of more to actually we have more than enough. In the financial world, in the intellectual, spiritual world, we're still desiring to create more inclusion. So let's talk about this. This goes from the world we're seeing, from a single bottom line to the quadruple bottom line. People, planet, prosperity, purpose. It's investment and savings plus regulation and individual effort. The system reproduces through accumulation. Tomorrow, it's policies for deep inclusion, a UBI, or universal basic assets, sustainability. Today, it's the worldview is capitalism for the few. Tomorrow, we're thinking about wealth for all that keeps on increasing. Today, our metaphor is the invisible hand, and more. Tomorrow's metaphor is prama, the dynamic balance, a very different way of seeing the future. So let's conclude here. It's a global economy by 2050, 2075, based on prama and well-being. COVID-19 is clearly showing everyone without health, there's no wealth. Focus on climate change, focus on pandemics, stop going into areas where there's wildlife, create buffer zones, respect animals, respect nature, change from basically industrial model to work till you die to the well-being model. Every organization I work with, the well-being model is like, that's the new way forward. Well-being is the way to go. Second is going just from capitalism, large corporations. We have Uber, Airbnb, et cetera, saying, well, there's inefficiencies. Let's bring assets we're not using into the market so we optimize. The radical is saying, wait a second, who should run those more efficient organizations? It should be the people working in them, the Uber drivers themselves, for example. The next part of that shift is the fossil fuel shift to the global solar energy regime. Each home, for example, is a battery. Solar is getting cheaper and cheaper. This starts the transition to abundant energy. We're already seeing efforts by some countries to think, okay, we can do that home by home. How can we bring in what's called the Dyson solar energy ships, energy straight from the sun to Earth? At the level of governance, we're starting to imagine the nation state is not eternal. It was created. It was invented. We now need to invent more associations and start to invent a global governance system. When we think about confederations, when we work in Asia, we see the metaphor of one restaurant chain as nation states. How about an Asian food court or a Gaia of organizations, diversity and unity? We're focused on past wars and injustices. Let's focus on future benefits. Let's let the vision of the future drive us. Now, central to this is a shift from materialism defining me, I'm just matter, I'm just my body, to mind-body integration. It's not mind over body, it's mind and body moving together. And finally, something called the spiritual episteme. How do I know? I know through basically my imagination of the future. You know from deep love. Sri Sarkar talks about different ways of knowing. There's authority, there's rationality, there's empiricism, but he goes further and says, in fact, at the spiritual level, there's also the notion that love is also a way of knowing. That's one way to actually understand the world. So this is actually the rebirth of enchantment. Officially, our work in future studies is defined as a study of possible, preferred, and plausible futures. And that's a technical definition. How do you re-enchant that? What metaphors do you bring? Do you talk about Ananda? Do you talk about, who do you talk about here? So often we talk about what's our role in creating this transition. So I ask everyone listening to this, if you accept that we're at a bifurcation, we can fragment, more war, more poverty, or we can go to a complex, adaptive, evolutionary evolved system. What's my story in that? Are you the wizard? Are you the benevolent witch? Are you the are you the cyber weaver, weaving the new stories? So whatever it is, it's figuring out what's your role in this macro grand 500-year transformation. It's both levels. There's a 500-year end of the world capitalist system. We're in this transition. None of us know what's going to be next. Clearly, we do know without gender partnership, gender cooperation, none of us make the transition. Gender cooperation leads to huge wealth. Gender partnership leads to foundational transformation. So let me sum this up. The next 100 years, we can crash and burn. We can do no change, which is going backwards actually, or we make the transition, a world of hegemons, to in fact, we're seeing the rise of East Asia, rise of global governance, the rise of the associations, fossil fuel to renewable, materialism to mind body to spiritual episteme, generally a meat-based system to a more vegetarian system with something called 3D printed, what's called pure meat, and a change and the end of patriarchy. Nicholas Kardashev, a macro historian, says this is actually a transition of cosmic proportions. We're in a world, what he called a type 1 planet. Our energy needs are infinite, but our systems of governance are narrow, nation state, religion based. So we need to have high energy, and energy needs high energy, and we have to shift to the type of system we have, governance system. He said that's what's called a type 2 system. We become global, we become planetary, and our energy needs shift as we go towards renewables. Finally, we of course have to move out of Earth and have energy needs throughout the solar system and then going further. So this is the next 500 years that we first create a Gaian polity, then of course we go further into a solar system polity. Now, is this at all possible? Now, again, this goes to your story. Are you positive? Are you negative? Can you see some of the inklings? Can you see the weak signals? Returning back to Sri Sarkar, he suggests that in fact, part of this is there's cosmic mind, there's a spiritual part of human history is tragic, it's violent, it's oppressive. Systems innovate, then they obfuscate. He says, but we need to remember there's a part of life that does create the novel, that does innovate, and he sees it as universal humanism, remembering that we're all actually on the planet together, this Gaian imagination. Based on that, his conclusion is the future is not bleak, but the future is resplendent, the future is bright. Thanks so much for your time.
Do you want to know how many years you will be able to live and how many years will people in the future live? That will be the topic of the next presentation by the world-famous gerontologist and futurologist in terms of life cycle, Aubrey de Grey. He is a senior research fellow at SENS Research Foundation. At the same time, he is employed by American and other international organizations in terms of biomedical research, dealing with laboratory studies related to fighting against aging. Aubrey de Grey is the biggest fighter in the world with aging. He is a unique person. He states that the first person who would be able to live for 1,000 years is already born. In his presentations, he considers aging as an engineering problem. In his picture of the world, aging is not just is an accumulation of defects in your body. A young body has fewer defects, older body has more defects, so by engineeringly removing those defects, we could turn aging back and get back to youth. Where will we be in 50 years' time? We will learn from Aubrey de Grey's presentation in a few minutes.
Hello. I am delighted to be speaking to you at this important conference about the world as it may be in half a century from now. I am going to speak about the way that I believe the world will probably be half a century from now in respect of aging. In particular, the health of those who were born a long time ago. For example, people who were already alive in 2021. First of all, I want to talk about what aging is, because this is something that many people find very confusing. Some people say that aging is a disease, and they think that that actually tells you something. Some people say that aging is not a disease, and they think that that tells you something. But actually, these aren't just words. So it's much more important to understand what aging is. And the thing is, it's actually very easy to understand what aging is if you just think about it logically. Aging is the same phenomenon in a living organism like you and me as it is in a simple man-made machine, like a car or an aeroplane. Any machine that has moving parts anyway, just as a consequence of the laws of physics, it will do itself damage as a consequence of its normal operation. And that process will begin when the machine is built. So that is why we eventually see that machines fall apart. Now, of course, we also see that machines don't even begin to fall apart at once, that for a long time there is no perceptible decline in function. And that's very important because it tells us that machines are set up to tolerate a certain amount of the damage that they do to themselves throughout their existence. Now, if we come now back to living organisms, and especially humans, we can see that exactly the same thing is true. We have a vast number of processes in the body that are happening all the time, every day, every second, to keep us alive. Those processes begin at conception, and, of course, they continue throughout life. So damage is being created, starting from conception and throughout life. And again, just like normal machines, like non-living machines, that damage has no functional consequences to speak of for a long time. But eventually we have more damage than what the human body is set up to tolerate, and that's when pathologies of late life start to emerge. That's all that aging is. Now, the problem is that today we don't really pay attention to that fact when we think about how we might keep people healthy late in life. The overwhelming majority of the money and effort that is spent by the medical profession worldwide to try to keep people healthy late in life is of the form that I'm describing here as geriatrics. What people try to do is they try to cure the health problems of late life, just as if they were infections. They try to eliminate those pathologies from the body, even though the damage that caused those pathologies to happen is still accumulating. That's ridiculous, right? Because the damage is getting more and more abundant, so it's becoming more and more difficult to stop it from causing pathologies. Geriatric medicine is completely not the right way to be going about this problem, because, it's going to become progressively less effective as people get older. Now, there's another reason why the geriatrics approach makes no sense, and that is that there are so many things that go wrong with us late in life. And of course they go wrong at more or less the same time, so they interact with each other, which makes it even more complicated. So, this is another reason why geriatric medicine is never going to work. I'm not the first person to notice this. In fact, the whole field of gerontology was created more than a century ago. Some of the most pioneering people in that era were Russians, in fact. It was created because people realized that geriatrics is never going to work, and that we should instead try to intervene at an earlier stage in the chain of events. That's what the gerontology approach is. Rather than trying to keep people healthy late in life by eliminating the link between damage and pathology, instead the idea is to eliminate the link between metabolism and damage, to try to at least make the body run more cleanly and generate damage more slowly than it normally would. If we can do that, great, we are postponing the age at which the damage becomes so abundant that we start to get sick. But actually that approach is also not the right way to go, because it too suffers from the complexity issue. Metabolism is viciously complicated, and we understand only a teeny tiny amount of it. This diagram here is a small part of what we understand, and it's far less than what we don't understand. But luckily there is a third approach, and we can call it the damage repair approach, or the engineering approach, or possibly the maintenance approach. Remember that the goal here is to separate metabolism from pathology, right? To allow people to continue performing metabolism, in other words, being alive, without eventually getting sick. And we have established that we cannot separate metabolism from pathology by separating damage from pathology, and we also can't do it by separating metabolism from damage. But we can do it by repairing damage and thereby separating the two processes from each other. That is a far more practical approach. And of course it's also the approach that we already use for simple man-made machines. This car is more than 100 years old. When it was built, it was designed to last no more than 10 or 15 years. But because it has benefited from good, comprehensive, preventative maintenance throughout its existence, it is working just as well as when it was built. And it turns out that this approach is relatively practical, because we, of course, need to describe what this damage is that we need to repair in order to be able to develop ways to do the repair. But it turns out that for the last 40 years or so, we have not added any new type of damage to our knowledge of what goes wrong late in life. There are just these 7 types of damage that I'm listing on the left-hand side of this table. Of course, within each of these categories, we have made many discoveries, kind of subtypes of damage, if you like. But there has been no new category. And that's really important, because the categories are defined in terms of the type of approach that we would use to repair the damage. For example, if we lose cells, if cells die and they're not replaced automatically by cell division, then we replace them using stem cells. And of course, different stem cell therapies are needed for different tissues, but all stem cell therapies have a lot in common as well. So really this is just one technique. And the same applies throughout the rest of the right-hand side of this table. Now, the reason I created SENS Research Foundation is because 10 years ago, there was very little progress on most of these damage repair technologies. Stem cell research was going well, but most of the other approaches were not. And I'm very proud to say that SENS Research Foundation has changed that a lot. We have brought together a great many different technologies and developed those technologies to the point where other people are now believing that they can work. One demonstration of that happened 8 years ago when a group of other biologists of aging published a paper called The Hallmarks of Aging, which was basically just saying the same thing that I had started to say more than a decade earlier, but this time the world was ready, and this paper got to become the most cited paper in the whole of the biology of aging for a decade. It's now well over 3,000 citations, actually. It's definitely equivalent to Holy Scripture in this field now. And therefore, I never have to justify this approach to combating aging when I speak to experts anymore. Our progress has been in many areas, and we have, in particular, published quite a few papers in the academic literature. I am highlighting just 4 of them here because these 4 were real groundbreaking papers that really opened up a whole new field that had been completely static for more than a decade earlier. So we are very proud of this work. But it's not us, it's not only us doing this. We have created spin-out companies which are taking this work forward. 6 of them so far, here they are. And as you can see, they again cover a lot of different technologies. Moreover, many other companies have sprung up around the world focused on this damage repair approach, and in fact I have completely become unable to keep track of them all. This slide is from maybe 3 years ago, but at the bottom you can see I am linking to a website where you will find a list of at least a couple of 100 such companies. So this is a really rapidly growing field right now. But there is one more thing I want to say about the whole question of how private sector people can get involved and are getting involved. That is that this is a new investment sector, and therefore investors are still nervous. They are not as confident and as comfortable rolling with volatility of share prices and so on. But that's going to change over time. And the main way it's going to change is if the scientific leaders and the other leaders of advocacy within the longevity crusade actually get out and make it happen. Show that this field is here to stay. Investors will become progressively more comfortable with this field, and they will write bigger and bigger checks, and progress will happen more and more rapidly, which of course means that more and more lives will eventually be saved through the development and dissemination of these technologies. I want to talk before I finish about one very important aspect of this as of right now, which is the COVID pandemic. We of course all know that COVID hits the elderly far more powerfully than the young. But We also know that across the world, the younger generation have been willing to tolerate really heavy limitations on their way of life, just in order to keep the elderly protected. And this says that in any country where the politicians are thinking about how to get re-elected, they need to do it by looking at the welfare and health of the elderly, which has often been forgotten because the elderly often don't complain enough. Furthermore, of course, the pandemic has been astronomically expensive. It would be rather good not to have a repeat, and the way not to have a repeat is to make sure that the elderly are no longer biologically elderly, that their immune systems and indeed their whole bodies are rejuvenated by comprehensive damage repair. I will just close by mentioning that some time ago I wrote a book about this work which covers the science of the rejuvenation technologies in a great deal of detail. It's a very dense book. It doesn't cut any corners, but it's written for non-specialists, so you don't have to be a biologist to read it. Also, it was translated into Russian, and if anybody wants to get hold of a copy of the Russian language version of this book, they should write to us at the email address you can see on the slide, or, for that matter, at my email address, which is right here on this slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
If we are speaking about future, let's not forget about inventors. Our next speaker is Marc Pesce, a futurologist, an inventor, author, and educator. He was one of those people who invented 3D internet technologies that we're using every day. He wrote many books. He was a judge at the New Inventors TV show at ABC TV channel. He founded students program in South California University. He worked at Australian School of Radio and TV. He is an honorary doctor of Sydney University. He has lots of awards. According to him, augmented reality is a mix of physical and virtual things, owing to new technologies and local metadata, as well as information which is stored not only on the internet but in spatial coordinates. We can discover new level of digital diving. About digital dive in and augmented reality, we're going to speak about that professional speaker and inventor. Marc, the floor is yours.
G'day, Marc Pesce here. I am the Honorary Associate in the Digital Cultures Program at the University of Sydney. I'm here to talk to you today about digital depth in augmented reality. Now, a lot of this will be taking a look at some of the topics that are covered in my recent book, Augmented Reality. Have a look at that if you want to go deeper on any of these subjects. But what we want to do is we want to start with a history in order to put augmented reality into a context both of technology and also in terms of human interface design. And that story begins all the way back in the 1940s with mathematician and early computer scientist Norbert Wiener. Norbert Wiener was obsessed with understanding communication and control in all sorts of systems, not just mechanical systems, not just computer systems, but also in human biological and neurological, psychological systems. He took what he'd been thinking in terms of a mathematical context and placed it into a book that he called Cybernetics, published in 1948. It's all about control and communication in human beings and in machines, and he tried to draw correlations between these systems. The idea here was to be able to work on ways to be able to improve communication and control in systems that were involving multiple human and multiple machine elements. Now, this comes out of work that he was doing in the war, around the first computers, and also around some automatic firing systems that he had designed. All right. This work starts to become of immediate import within a few years, because we start to see the rise of machines that are suddenly so complex that they actually transcend the human capacity to manage. So one of the first examples of this is the F-86A. It's a jet fighter, the Sabre as it's called. It has a complicated instrument flight panel that a pilot has to be operating at supersonic speeds while they are engaged in combat with an enemy aircraft. And because the tolerances of this aircraft are so broad, it is possible for the pilot to basically ask the plane to do things that will either kill the pilot or destroy the plane, and has to be able to make split-second decisions about the flight worthiness of any decision they're going to make when they're in a combat situation. So this was very quickly leading to a situation where human beings were simply overwhelmed by the amount of information that they were being asked to process in order to be able to operate the aircraft. That meant that the pilots of the aircraft had to be both very well trained and also had to be really at the very top end of human capacities in terms of their ability to be able to process information in real time. And these machines were only growing more capable and more complex. So it was quite clear that soon it would be possible to build machines that would basically be impossible for human beings to operate because they would pass the human threshold for manageable complexity even in their basic operation. So this became a central problem for the entire defense establishment in the United States, particularly in the years following Sputnik. One of the folks who was tasked with thinking about this was J.C.R. Licklider. So when the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency gets started in 1958, it starts the Information Processing Technologies Office, or the IPTO, and appointed as the first head of IPTO was J.C.R. Licklider, who was a psychologist and perceptual scientist who had worked at Harvard and then at MIT, and really started to take a deep look at how we were going to have to work toward a man-computer symbiosis. That is, how could we effectively create interfaces between human beings and machines that would allow the complexity of the machine to be represented in terms that the human would be able to manage. And he had a significant budget that he could spend on research, and so that budget was distributed liberally among America's universities and high-end research institutions. Some of that largesse ended up with a graduate student at MIT by the name of Ivan Sutherland. Ivan Sutherland was working on his thesis in 1963, a computer program known as Sketchpad. Now, to call Sketchpad a computer program is to completely understate the matter. Sketchpad is, by itself, the single most important computer program that has ever been written. Sketchpad used an interactive graphics computer. So first off, that's just a lot right there. That was mostly brand new work. It was running on a real-time computer. It used a light pen, rather similar to how we would use a mouse today, in that it would allow you to touch the computer screen with the light pen and then draw objects, and then again with the light pen either edit or manipulate those objects directly by touching the screen. Sketchpad is the first time anything like that had been done with a computer. Any time that actually linked informationally the human body and the human kinesthetic sense to the human cognition, to the possibilities of processing inside of a computer. So Sketchpad effectively creates the modern interface. Anyone who touches the screen of a smartphone today is exactly replicating the interface that Sutherland invented almost 60 years ago for Sketchpad. So Sketchpad as a fundamental statement is also now the first step toward that man-computer symbiosis that J.C.R. Licklider was charged with creating in order to create machinery that would be effectively manageable by human beings. After J.C.R. Licklider steps down as the head of the IPTO, he appoints Ivan Sutherland to be the new head of the IPTO. While he is head of the IPTO, and again dispensing largesse to research projects, he writes a white paper about future directions for the work of DARPA, and he calls that paper the ultimate display. And in that paper, he basically says, look, we're getting to a point now where our displays are getting good, our computers are getting good. Let's take that to where it really needs to go and surround a person within a world that is manufactured by the display. Now, you wouldn't probably surround a person with cathode ray tubes, which was the technology of the time. What would happen, in fact, if you could put displays on the person and then track the eyes and the head and the position of that person, use that data, feeding that data into a computer system so that the representation would be updated all the time based on the movements of that person and where their eyes are looking. Now that doesn't sound like a very foreign concept today. At the time it was revolutionary, and effectively Sutherland compared it to almost an Alice in Wonderland through the looking glass kind of display. He calls this again the ultimate display. Very short paper. You should go and have a read of it. It's very easy to find online. Broadly influential. All right, so after his 2 years running the IPTO, Ivan Sutherland steps down and goes to do research work at Harvard. And in 1968, after 2 years of research work, he unveils what he calls a head-mounted display. It's also known in the vernacular as the Sword of Damocles. This is the very first system that will show you a created virtual world on your head. So it has a bunch of silvered mirrors and some cathode ray tubes that are pointing into your eyes. It has a computer that is generating a real-time graphics display. And it has this armature that's heading up to the ceiling, which is actually tracking the position and location of the head and the orientation of the head in real time. Now, none of this had ever been done before, and I think I want to draw particular attention to the fact that there are real-time 3D graphics being used inside of this system. Real-time 3D graphics did not exist before this project. Ivan Sutherland invented real-time computer graphics almost as an afterthought while he was working on this head-mounted display project. So, this project brings in a whole bunch of technologies that were seen as being essential, necessary to be able to create the ultimate display in order to be able to create a generation of interfaces as foreseen by J.C.R. Licklider that would be necessary to be able to manage incredibly complex forms of machinery. So in 1968, this is actually what we would think of as the first, not virtual reality system, but actually the first augmented reality system, because the whole point of this system was with its half-silvered mirrors, it blended the computer view of the world and the person's view of the world into a seamless whole. This is something that we associate with augmented reality. A little further in, I'll explain the fundamentals of augmented reality, and we'll get a sense for exactly why this fits that bill. But all the way back in 1968, so well over 50 years ago, we can see the fundamentals for augmented reality are in place. But augmented reality is tremendously hard. Even to do this very bare bones demonstration, Sutherland basically had to invent almost all of the technology involved. The technology involved was just huge. It was fundamental, and most of it simply didn't exist. And it was actually a full 20 years before we got to the next, even partial version of that technology, and that was the NASA Virtual Environment Workstation, or VIEW. This is what we think of as basically the forerunner of all modern virtual reality systems. It features a fully immersive display that's placed over the user's eyes, fully spatialized sound over the user's ears, and tracking for both the head, so that it is positionally tracked and tracked for orientation, so where you're looking and where the head is, and also tracking on the hands. So this system had to be connected to what was effectively $1 million graphics supercomputer to be able to create images in real time. Why was NASA working on this system? Because NASA needed something for astronauts that were in orbit to be able to practice and rehearse their space missions. When that's done on Earth, they basically just float the astronauts in a large tank, get them to practice their missions over and over again while floating in that tank, so that what they have to do on their mission effectively becomes body memory. Again, this is one way of being able to deal with the huge amount of information that an individual has to absorb in order to be able to operate with very complex machineries. One of the techniques that's tried and true is to simply rehearse it and rehearse it and rehearse it until it is embedded memory. But the thing is, when you're in orbit, you don't have access to a large pool of water. So in fact, NASA said, okay, we're going to need a simulation system, a training system that will be able to work for astronauts in orbit in case there is an extra mission. Perhaps they have to repair one of the panels on the space shuttle or whatever it might be. And they needed that rehearsal system. So the VIEW was designed as the first rehearsal system for that. But again, it is a virtual world. Everything you're seeing inside of there is completely synthetic. All right. Now we come to the beginnings of augmented reality, because virtual reality turned out to be relatively easy, expensive but relatively easy, and it flourished for a brief period in the late 1980s and early 1990s, and then fell back again because there was a price barrier around virtual reality and that it required millions of dollars in supercomputers. But then Moore's Law took over, and we had about 20 years full of development, and the price for all of these technologies dropped dramatically. And then we started to see the correct constellation of the three technologies that needed to come together to create augmented reality. And the first of those technologies appeared in 2010 with the Microsoft Kinect. So Microsoft Kinect is an outward-facing camera that's used in conjunction with the Xbox video game that uses what's known as a dot pattern that's invisible because it's running in the infrared to be be able to track objects facing that camera, to be able to track the depth and position and orientation of those objects in real time, as you can see on the video on this screen. So the Kinect, for what it was, it fit into a very, very large box that sat on top of the TV set. It was packed with processors, very, very interesting, very useful, but really not well integrated into any of the Xbox games. So it was mostly not a technical failure, it was a complete technical success, but it was mostly a commercial failure because developers didn't want to have to write programs that would actually require a user to buy this several $100 component, put it on their video game system, and then have access to it. So it was an idea that was well-timed but poorly marketed. And so the Kinect, for all of its power, never really went anywhere until Apple bought PrimeSense, which is the Israeli company that actually created the technology that's in the Kinect. And if any of you own an iPhone 10 or greater, and that is any iPhone that does facial recognition with Face ID, what you're seeing in that very small bar at the top of the screen is the miniaturization by a factor of about 10,000 times of all the components you see on the box here. So this technology is now cheap enough to be put onto a smartphone. It's also very tiny. So this is one of the basic enabling technologies for augmented reality, because in order for augmented reality to work, you have to know where things are. You have to have depth cameras as part of the solution. The second element that we needed for augmented reality was a map of the world that had been overlaid with metadata. Now, the fellow on the bike there is a man by the name of John Henke. John Henke founded a video game company, sold that, and then went on to found a company called Keyhole that provided an integrated view of the world generated by satellite data. If you think of Google Earth today, that's effectively the first version of Keyhole, is the first version of Google Earth. Google saw Keyhole, bought the company in 2003, set up a division to create Google Maps, and Henke headed that up. And he headed that up for several years until he said, actually, I want to take these maps of the world that we're creating and I want to start to use them to tell stories so that people can play games. In other words, rather than just the metadata of the world as it is, what I want to do is be able to tell a story by adding specific metadata to the world. And in 2013, he released a game called Ingress, first for Android devices, that is Google's platform, and then later on for iOS devices, that allowed players around the world to participate in essentially capture the flag games, where a particular item, whether that might be a statue or a particular building or some other point of interest, was owned by one team or the other, and then someone would nominate to be on a team and go to that site and capture that site for the team. So this integrated all of the data that had been created with real-world Google Maps, and it added to it because as the players traversed this territory, the game added more data about these locations. So the map actually enriched over time. Now in 2015, Google spun out this project into a separate company that Henke heads now called Niantic. They will come back into our story. And the third piece that really made modern augmented reality possible was an event in 2015 where two Google engineers took to the stage at Google I/O, showed how they'd used a pizza box and two very cheap plastic lenses to create what they called Google Cardboard, which was basically just a very simple shell case for a smartphone that turned the smartphone with the right bit of software into a small virtual reality system. So now, virtual reality had come from costing about $1 million in the early 1990s to costing really just about $1 by the mid-2010s, because all of the work was happening on the smartphone, and most smartphones by the mid-2010s had good enough graphics processors and good enough displays to be able to create a real-time 3D view of the world. In fact, the biggest drawback for a smartphone in 2015 wasn't the display, it was the sensor that was showing you the orientation of your head in real time. So Google Cardboard showed that, in fact, the pieces for virtual reality and augmented reality systems were now plentiful, and because the world was manufacturing 1 billion smartphones a year, that these components were now cheap. And all of this came together, almost surprisingly so, in a device that was revealed by Microsoft unexpectedly, a device called Microsoft HoloLens. Microsoft HoloLens uses cameras that face outward. So I want you to think of the Kinect, which is facing you. Turn that around, put the Kinect on your head, have it face outward, and now the Kinect cameras are scanning the world around you. So that the Kinect is now able to maintain a model of the world and then place the user within that world so that it can show the metadata of that world, just as the Ingress game did on someone's smartphone. So you now have this idea that there are cheap components because of the smartphone revolution. You have the sensing displays because of the Kinect, and you have the data set because of Henke's work with Niantic, all coming together and being resolved into a single device. So that's where we have been. Where we're about to go is consumer-grade augmented reality, and the two companies that are known to be in the forefront of this are Facebook and Apple. Facebook has dedicated 20% of its workforce, at least 10,000 employees, to working on VR and augmented reality. Why is this? Because Mark Zuckerberg clearly believes that augmented reality is the technology that will replace the smartphone by the end of this decade, and I think that's probably a correct assessment. We also know, although only by rumor and leak, that Apple has been working very, very hard for a number of years on something that's just prospectively called Apple Glass, which will be AR spectacles, also commonly known as mirror shades, that will have similar capabilities. And you can see the development path that Apple has been on with its smartphones, particularly with the development of its CPUs, such as the M1, that they actually have the computing capacity already in hand to be able to do the very high-end kind of work that will be required to support augmented reality at a price point that will be affordable by consumers. So that's a brief history and a brief sign of the future of augmented reality. Now let's start to take a look at how augmented reality actually works. So now we need to ask ourselves, what is augmented reality? Because there are some confusing aspects to this. Most of the time, most of us would be familiar with a device as being augmented reality. This is the brand new Snap spectacles. They were announced in May of 2021. Probably the very first look at what will be a coming generation of spectacle or mirror shade class devices. You know, they're reasonably competent. They're not being sold. They're only being given to developers of content. The battery only lasts about a half an hour in them, which is seen as a drawback. But if you reflect upon the first iPhone, battery lasted only about an hour in heavy use with the first iPhone. So really, this is just the first representation of a form factor that will probably become broadly commonplace by the end of this decade. But it is a device, and augmented reality is not, in fact, a device. Augmented reality is a new way of taking a look at information in space. And so augmented reality can essentially be broken down into two operations. First, binding metadata to place. That is data that is not located in place or in situ, but it's extra data, and you're connecting that to a specific location in the world. The second is then being able to come back and render that locative metadata. Now that can be done through spectacles, that can be done through a smartphone, it can be done through any piece of technology. It's rendered into or onto something, but what is important is that the locative metadata that has been bound to a place is in fact being rendered in situ, in place. Those are the fundamental operations of augmented reality. Everything else is essentially just hardware or software or some other form of kit. It is important, but it is not fundamental. All right. Now, the idea of adding locative metadata to space, that is not a new idea. We can go all the way back. If you go back tens of thousands of years, say to Lascaux, or the caves in France and Spain where people have been inscribing, or in fact to the rock carvings in the Kimberley in Australia, which are attested at about 60,000 years old. For a very long time, human beings have been putting locative data in space. They have been physically applying it. And even more recently, of course, if you go through any major urban area, you will find plaques on buildings where we have been applying some data to space, locative metadata, saying this is when the building was built, this is who was here when the building was built, this was here when we commemorated the plaque. This is something that is quite common for us to do. And because it is quite common for us to do, we don't really think about it. We don't think about it as being augmented reality. And yet, yes, augmented reality is a fundamental human activity, an activity of enormous antiquity, probably going back to all the way to what we were when we first became human. So augmenting reality, not really a new thing. Yes, using technology in the way we are to support it, new. But the act itself, not at all new. All right. The modern first example that most people would be familiar of for augmented reality happened in July of 2016 when Niantic and Nintendo released the Pokemon Go smartphone game, which again uses augmented reality through the smartphone camera to be able to bring the world in and then augment it with the Pokemon, with these digital creatures that could then be captured and played with, and you could battle them in Pokegyms against other Pokemon and collect them and win them from other players. And so essentially what happens is in July of 2016, Niantic and Nintendo turned the entire surface of the world into a playground for Pokemon simply by adding the locative data of Pokemon around it. But of course, they did more than this. Niantic had had an earlier pass at this with a game called Ingress, which was released in 2013. Ingress was a sort of capture the flag game between two global teams that would go somewhere to, say, a park or some other public feature and then capture that area for their side of the game. And as they did this, Niantic gathered a more and more accurate map of the world. That map of the world was the basis for the map that they used when they introduced Pokemon Go. I want to show you what happened when that map was introduced. So this is Rhodes. Rhodes is a small Sydney suburb. And not very far from the train stop in Rhodes is a very small public park, Peg Patterson Park. It is basically just a city block in size. It's surrounded by very large apartment blocks on every side. It is really just a place to walk the pet or to perhaps let the kids swing on some gym equipment. Nothing really remarkable, but that park had been captured by Ingress and therefore was made a Pokestop in Pokemon Go. Now, in Australia, what happened was that players all over Sydney were playing the game. Some of them came to Peg Patterson Park. They found the Pokestop in the park. They then played there. They actually messaged some friends who got on the train and came out, and they played there, and they messaged a few more friends, and then one of them decided to drop a lure, which costs $1, and brings other Pokemon into play, and all of a sudden you have exotic Pokemon, and people are messaging one another for that. And now on a Tuesday evening in the dead of winter in Sydney, what you find is that at 11 p.m. in the evening, there are 1,000 young people gathered in this park in order to play the game. And this, of course, is causing no end of problems to the people who are living around in these large apartment towers who are being kept awake by the sounds of these kids who are just playing the game. And in fact, some of the folks in these towers dropped water balloons on the players to get them to go. Eventually, the police came and actually just dispersed this crowd because what had happened, honestly, no one had planned this. Niantic had put a Pokestop there, and what they didn't understand was that because they changed the space, they changed the behavior of the people in that space, and they produced this sort of avalanche effect where more and more people were drawn to the site. They got the game more and more interesting because there were more and more people, and it was a feedback loop, a fundamental sort of connection between the players and the game that produced something that no one had predicted would happen. But even in this very beginning incarnation, we get to see exactly how powerful augmented reality is, that when you add locative metadata to space, you will change the way people behave in that space. Now, if we want to take a look at another example, something that is probably going to be more familiar to us as we roll out augmented reality at scale. This is the engine of a Mercedes S-Class 2021 edition. Now, modern high-end luxury automobiles effectively hide all of their components. That's the engine block. It's basically all covered in plastic. There are no user-serviceable parts. You can put some oil into it, you can put some lubricant into it, you can put some windshield wiper into it. That's pretty much all you're going to be able to do because Mercedes simply doesn't want you playing with the vehicle. There are no user-serviceable parts inside. If something breaks, then what you need to do is basically go to the dealership. They will plug it into their computer, will run a full analysis, and it will tell them what they need to do to repair the vehicle. Now, this kind of hiding of complexity is seen as both a relief to the consumer who doesn't want to fill their pretty little head with any of this, but is also a mechanism of control, because it means that even though you physically do own the car, you don't actually have access to all of the bits and pieces that would allow you to own the car in the sense of being able to fully repair the car. This comes down to an argument called the right to repair, which is being waged across the world right now. But this car is a physical embodiment of that. Now, in many circumstances, this is not going to be a big deal because if the car malfunctions, you're going to be somewhere you can get it towed back to the dealership. But let's say you're very far away from civilization. Let's say you're in the middle of the Australian desert or someplace else where there isn't a cell phone signal and your car dies. What do? You don't even know where to begin with this sort of thing. And this is exactly the situation where augmented reality will be able to come in, because it becomes possible now to be able to take a look at these systems and see inside of them the encoded information that is currently being hidden by the manufacturer. It is possible to expose an engine in its operation. It should be possible to plug an augmented reality system into the computer inside this vehicle and have the computer read out to the user of that augmented reality system exactly what has gone wrong and exactly what they can do in that situation to repair it. Now, this is not something particularly new. Boeing has been using augmented reality systems as part of their assembly process for their major aircraft and have been doing this for 20 years in various versions. So this idea that any system that is sufficiently complex or sufficiently opaque can be revealed in its complexity and in its repairability and in its accessibility by augmented reality. So in that sense, augmented reality peels back a layer of the world to let us see the wiring underneath the board. And in that, it's a liberatory medium because it actually is freeing you from the dominance of a manufacturer who would be attempting to hide complexity in these kinds of systems. But it's also then an educational medium because it allows you to learn how the world works. This is a very salient fact because we have spent 30 years of the web revolution building an enormous wealth of information about the world. None of that data, or really just perhaps a few hundredths of a percent of it, is locative metadata, is located in a particular place where it is contextually relevant to your use of it. You can look at your smartphone and see it as a slab of glass and not understand how it works. You can look at your car. You can look at your building. All of these things do have data representations in the 2020s. None of them have data connected in place through any system that allows us to refer to it. So in fact, the big gift of augmented reality is being able to put these layers together, take the layer of data and put it in place in the real world where it can help us understand how to work with it. And this is the big hope of augmented reality, is that it provides such a rich data accessibility to the world that it gives us added agency in that world. All right.
Let's talk about art. Now, with augmented reality, you're going to be able to create and discover all kinds of new art around your city. So, this is a piece at Facebook headquarters. And, without augmented reality, this actually just looks like a blank wall. But when you are in augmented reality, you get this beautiful piece of art that's not just a painting on the wall, but it fills up the whole space. And it's 3D. And not only that, it's something that would be impossible to build or make in reality, because you have this infinite waterfall of paint coming down, and it's really quite something to look at. Now, one thing that's kind of a funny side effect of this is that now we're on Facebook, we notice that there are just people gathering around looking at blank walls. So, this is going to be a thing in the future, right? I mean, it's just people just kind of sitting around and staring at blank walls. So we actually put a physical plaque on this wall to commemorate that we think this is going to be one of the first pieces of augmented reality street art in the world, but there's a lot more like this coming.
Mark Zuckerberg makes an argument for the fact that every surface of the world can be augmented. And I think that's a fairly correct statement. But I think there are questions that immediately need to be asked, which is who's augmenting, what is their intention in that augmentation? What are they doing by placing locative metadata in space? The perhaps most anodyne and forgivable example is to put art somewhere. Although remember, one of the functions of art is to present a mirror to the present that the present would often find uncomfortable. So yes, perhaps a pretty waterfall, not a problem. A Banksy or some other piece of perhaps revolutionary art, well, now you're starting to ask all sorts of questions about whether it is appropriate in situ to be able to situate a work that is confrontational in a space. Graffiti artists do this all the time, but graffiti art is largely illegal for precisely this reason. And so you now have a tension between the world which is uninscribed and a world that can be inscribed using these sorts of systems. And this comes to what I now call the right to write. One of the first questions that gets asked by augmented reality is, do you have the right to inscribe locative metadata at a particular position in the world? And we can conceive of this as an intersection between legal property rights and publication rights. So what we're going to be seeing now is we're going to be seeing a basic jockeying for position, particularly among these very, very large technology companies, as they assert that they have the right to write everywhere in the world. Facebook would certainly want to be able to have its users write wherever they could write. But the world itself may not want to be written on. If you're a property owner, do you want people putting inscriptions on your property? What if those inscriptions are in fact singling you out as a political dissident or a religious dissident or a sexual dissident? These are the kinds of systems that immediately come to mind, which aren't, of course, covered in Facebook's example, although they are covered regularly on Facebook. But these are the things that we now have to contemplate as becoming immediately possible as soon as we have systems that are available at scale that can inscribe metadata upon the world. So this idea of the right to write is now something that we have to be entering into a conversation about, because we have to have workable solutions for this before these systems are deployed at scale. Otherwise, as soon as they're deployed at scale, we will see no end of actual mayhem, not just mischief, but actual mayhem being fomented, because these systems will produce changes in us by inscribing data in space. And so the first of the questions we need to ask is about the right to write. Now, there's a second confronting aspect to all augmented reality systems, which have to do with their basic nature as augmented reality systems. Augmented reality systems have to maintain a very specific understanding of the space that they're operating in. In other words, they have to be able to map space, they have to be able to map space in real time, and they have to be able to map your movement through space. This is the only way that augmented reality works. You have to be able to put something up in augmented reality over there, and then turn away and come back to it and still have it be there. So this requires a technology known as SLAM, simultaneous localization and mapping. That is normally done by equipping all of these systems with a range of cameras that are using machine learning and machine vision to be able to map the space out and the user's movement through space in real time. This is a breakout of Microsoft's HoloLens showing you the number of cameras that are being used on the HoloLens consistently in order to produce that kind of quality. So every AR system, whether it's a smartphone AR system, which you'd use with Pokemon Go, which was using the camera on the smartphone, or a full AR spectacle system, whether that's the Snap Spectacles or a HoloLens, all of them are inherently surveillance systems. AR is a technology of surveillance in its fundamental design. You cannot get away from that aspect of the technology. And that means when these systems are at scale, we will have millions, then tens of millions, then hundreds of millions, then billions of people who will be wearing head-mounted, constantly on, constantly live streaming surveillance data from their local surrounds. This asks a whole bunch of questions about whether that's necessary, when it's necessary, why it's necessary, and what is the chain of custody of that data. Where is that data going? How is that data being used? Is that data being used for the user or against the user? And even in its very early forms that are being tested right now, we can see what these systems will be capable of. So, Facebook has introduced a test platform for its augmented reality. It doesn't include any displays, it just includes all of the sensors that you need to be able to do simultaneous localization and mapping and all of the work around that. They call this Project Aria. They released a video for Project Aria in 2020. I took that video and I reworked it. I present it to you here. Remember that this is a work of satire, but I've only just slightly changed it from the original. Project Panoptic is a research effort built around the custom glasses you see here that is designed to record high-quality, egocentric data, which will in turn enable researchers to advance the state of art around individual profiling and personalized, contextually aware ad targeting. Project Panoptic is not in itself an AR device, as it lacks a display, and is neither a product nor a prototype for a product, and will not be for sale. It is a research tool, and it is a critical step on the path toward a profile-driven interface to reality. One way to think about Project Panoptic is as an evolution of the methods that were used to build profiles in the past. For the last decade, detailed web-based surveillance has allowed us to map user behavior across billions of subjects. But it was limited by intermittent use. Even with infinite scrolling and intermittent rewards, even with increasing levels of engagement, those techniques eventually reach the limits of human attention. Only with a device that's worn constantly and used consistently can we fully capture the depth of interactions that can profile a user's behaviors. Project Panoptic is the vanguard of the next leap in user profiling technology. Client-based profiling will soon enable everyone with an AR device to feed a continuous stream of interactions back to our profiling servers, resulting in increased fidelity and improved ability to target users. The use of egocentric data will make it possible to construct detailed user profiles that are dynamically updated at much higher frequency and will enable mapping of a far wider range of emotional states than has been possible with any previous surveillance technology. In addition to enabling state-of-the-art research into profiling, Project Panoptic will let researchers explore what data AR glasses will need to capture in actual use and how we can most usefully leverage that data to generate personalized targeting. Let's take a look at each component in Project Panoptic in closer detail. At its heart, Project Panoptic is an all-day wearable computer and sensor platform with a powerful mobile-class processor, all wrapped up in ergonomic glasses in a form factor weighing not more than 70 grams. The device is controlled by a mobile companion app, which communicates via an encrypted low-energy Bluetooth link. Once a data stream has been recorded and the device is placed on charge, data is uploaded to our servers where our data scientists subject it to the latest techniques in behavioral analysis. Users give permission to upload their captured egocentric data, but we provide no transparency on how that data will be used once uploaded. The research version of Project Panoptic signals via LED when the device is recording. We expect that this feature will be removed when AR glasses go into mass production. Project Panoptic supports a variety of sensors that gather the sort of data that AR glasses will need to capture. These include a front-facing RGB camera, 2 side-facing monochrome cameras, and 2 inertial sensors. This combination of sensors allows us to both observe the environment and track the position of the user within the environment. In this example, we see the position and orientation of the user's head being calculated from sensor data as the user moves around their home. In addition to sensors that visually observe the world, Project Panoptic supports 7 directional microphones for spatialized audio capture and 2 inward-facing cameras to monitor and report on the wearer's gaze. Combining data from the inward-facing sensors with the position and orientation data of the glasses, we have a powerful tool that reveals what the user is actually interested in. The gaze reveals what the mind would hide. The combination of these powerful surveillance technologies with an always-on wearable form factor means that users can now continuously profile themselves, all of their interactions, and all of their close contacts within the environment. Project Panoptic has been developed to enable us to lean into these profiling and targeting opportunities long before AR glasses are commercially available. Starting this month, our employees will be required to use Project Panoptic devices in both public and private spaces, including their own homes, in order to inform the development of our surveillance and profiling technologies and further refine them. That's just a quick look at the capabilities that Project Panoptic brings to AR. I hope you now have a sense of why pervasive continual surveillance is the foundation of our business and the human future. Augmented reality is without question the most powerful surveillance technology we have ever invented. It's also the most powerful visualization technology. It marries the worlds of data and reality at a fundamental level and will give us access to an understanding of the real world that we have not had before, and it will provide that on the fly. But the price that it asks for that is for us to be under continuous surveillance. And so now we need to ask ourselves how we need to think about this technology, which is so potent that its very first modern incarnation basically produced a riot in a suburb. And as that achieves scale, as more and more instances are discovered of where it produces that congregation effect, of where the social influences of these systems actually produce unknown and new configurations of behavior because of the way that we are changing space, we will need to be able to think on our feet, but we will also need to be able to have ethical guidelines in place so that we can make decisions in design before we actually move into production. And this is exactly the cusp that we're on with augmented reality in 2021. There is a world that is pregnant with possibility, that is actually bursting with potential to be useful to us in ways that we could barely conceive of even a few years ago. But at the same time, it may be asking too large a price. Now, humanity has really never turned away from the apple when it has been offered. We have always taken a bite of the forbidden fruit. So I'm assuming that will happen in this case. What we need to think about now is how do we protect ourselves once we fall into this deep knowledge of the world. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is a person whom Forbes magazine included into the top 10 most influential Russian origin scientists. Artem Oganov, professor of Skoltech and Moscow Institute of Steel and Alloys, doctor of physics and mathematics, professor of the Russian Academy of Sciences, a well-renowned chemist, known for his computer design of new materials and predictions for crystal structures. This is a very potential thing, despite those words, because the future materials are those that are engineered at the ideal level, and the objects that we're going to use will be engineered at the level of the material engineering. According to Artem, science has to predict and to explain. His methods make it possible to predict the substance structure in extreme situations where it's too expensive to run experiments. At the same time, that makes it possible to predict new materials before we get it. The floor goes to a brilliant scientist, Artem Oganov. Good afternoon, friends. I'm going to give you my perspective for what is going to be the trend in chemistry and material science, namely the increasing use of artificial intelligence. I will start from far away in the middle of the 19th century, 1869, when Dmitry Mendeleev has formulated the periodic law. The periodic law is a major law of chemistry, and it was formulated by combining a lot of data on properties and chemical behavior of elements. It turned out that the properties of elements depend periodically on their atomic weight, and this periodic dependence of properties on the atomic weight, there were gaps, and those gaps had no elements with certain mass and properties. And Mendeleev was pretty brave to predict that those gaps are going to be filled in by new discovered elements, which properties he was able to predict. Here you can see the first version of the Mendeleev table. Further, it was reworked into a more common option that we know, and there are a few interrogative signs here. Atomic weight, and Mendeleev has also predicted a number of their properties. Going forward, the predictions of Mendeleev were brilliantly proven. The first element discovered after his prediction was gallium, and there was a good coincidence with the experiment. Actually, Mendeleev's work can be named the first chemoinformatics work, when a lot of data generate predictions on what should happen. There are many, disciplines of that type apart from chemoinformatics, bioinformatics, as well as material informatics. In English, this is materials informatics phrase. In Russian, this phrase has just come into existence. Gallium is an element that in Mendeleev's time did not exist. He then predicted his existence and his properties, and this is my daughter and her classmates. We grow gallium crystals at home. He can melt at a human temperature body, and he can melt in a warm water. And one of the first proof of the Mendeleev law was the atomic volume dependence on the atomic weight. You know that when the pressure is very low and atmospheric pressure is close to zero, we can see a quasi-periodic dependence. We can see when we increase pressure to 300 gigapascals, 3 million pascals, the periodicity is there. Still, it is lower, but at a higher pressures like 1000 giga or 3000 gigapascals, the periodicity breaks. This is a picture taken from Vladimir Fortov's, the deceased Vladimir Fortov's review that the periodic law of Mendeleev has at top maximum limit. At extra pressures or at overpressures, these atomic orbits turn into electronic gas, and Mendeleev's law stops working. But let's look what is happening at high pressures. These key properties of atoms, electric negativity, you can see a few scales here that we have calculated at normal pressure, 2 million atmospheres. You can see how the properties are changing, the electronegative status, and you can see that at high pressures the most electropositive element is sodium, not cesium as we used to see in the lower corner of the Mendeleev table, but sodium. The second at pressures over 2 million atmospheres is magnesium from another group of Mendeleev table. Sodium at such conditions is not a metal as we used to consider it. The first group of elements, alkali metal. It is transparent non-metal. And here you can see the experimental proof of its transparency. It is a little bit orange color and transparent. The periodic Mendeleev law is the major law of chemistry. For the first time, he was able to predict new elements and its properties, but it has a limit on pressure. After a certain pressure, it stops working, but going to that pressure, there is more and more problems, for instance, transparent sodium and so on. Speaking about electric negativity, this is the key definition of the chemistry, and this is the electrical negativity scale, which was developed by Linus Pauling in the 30s. It connects that electric negativity that is related to many properties like hardness, color, electronic structure, and chemical bond. It relates that key definition to energy of chemical bonds. So the Pauling scale, as we know from our chemistry book, is the scale is telling us that when an element is very electric positive, Silesium and francium, when it is related to a very negative element or fluoride or chlorine, a lot of heat is generated. This year we have discovered the fact that the Pauling formula won't work. It does work, but not very good. And we have offered another formula and a new electric negativity scale. That electric negativity definition makes it possible for us to understand which elements would react with what elements with heat generation, which reactions will go, which not. For instance, glucose oxidation reaction that feeds all living organisms. 30 electron volt of energy is generated in that reaction. From our scale of electrochemistry, we get the same result. Methane burning is also a well-known reaction from experiment, and that reaction owing to which we heat up our houses, so methane or natural gas burning. And we could also predict that not in oxygen but in fluoride, the combustion of methane would generate much more energy. By factor 2.5, and this is proved by experiments. Well, I told you about the periodic law and how elemental properties change, and a few words about electric negativity. I think that in the coming years we will be able to see a specification of many basic chemistry definitions, but let's switch to artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has a few branches, one being machine learning, when you get a lot of data, experimental data, and you set up a math model based on neural networks, and that model then provides lots of predictions. This is one thing. Another branch is self-learning algorithms, global optimization. For instance, evolution algorithms that I'm using to predict new chemical properties and their crystallic or crystalline structures. People were trying hard to discover crystalline structures. First of all, it was based on intuity by Kepler in 1611. He predicted the ice structure. However, he made a mistake. The hexagonal packing is not a structure, but it is a structure of other things like magnesium or ferrum. We want to predict crystal structures based on physics law. It was not, how to say, for many years it was not regarded. People said it was unrealistic. However, I was able, alongside with my students, to develop an algorithm that would resolve that unresolved issue pretty effective. And that algorithm was a core code of success software that you can download for free from that website. There are many thousands of users, and the this method is powerful because it depends on our algorithm for optimization and finding the position where energy is more lucrative, as well as quantum mechanical calculations to assess energy and its properties. Look, we learned to predict not only crystalline structures but seismic formulas of stable properties. At normal conditions, we studied gold and tellurium. We were interested by calaverite aurum tellurium too. But at the same time, we were able to predict another composition in that aurum tellurium. This is its structure, this stability area, and if we take the relativity theory, which are critical for heavy metals, where electrons are traveling with near speed of light, and if you can see that, additions, on the left you can see the aurum tellurium stability area. It is wider than on the picture on the right. So gold is more inert. However, that substance is not escaping. It is stable, but less stable. And we predicted that, and after a while, there were publications from Russian scientists who discovered aurum tellurium in the nature and in laboratory tests. So that was confirmed, that prediction. If we go to overpressure, which are happening inside our planet, we may have a lot of surprises, because at high temperature, at high pressures, chemistry differs and the rules won't work. Natrium chloride is not only natrium chloride at high pressures, but it could be sodium 3 chloride or sodium 2 chloride, and those things have been experimentally tested, and you can see the diffraction picture confirming that sodium chloride 3 does exist. We have also discovered, first on PC using artificial intelligence, and then in the lab, we experimented that helium is not that inert as we thought. We thought that it was not possible to have stable chemical compositions, but it has a sodium to helium, sodium to O helium, and other researchers found that it could connect with ice, calcium fluorides, magnesium fluorides, and so on. So that was proven for sodium to helium, and that is the picture for monocrystal for sodium to helium. So helium is the second biggest element in the universe, in the solar system, who was considered the most inert in the Mendeleev table. He turned out not as inert as predicted. If we look deeper into our planet and other planets, there are lots of surprises there. Looking into giant planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranium, and Neptune, we will see a lot of anomalies, but one thing, Neptune anomaly, this wonderful blue planet generating heat 2.5 times more than the Sun. That means that Neptune can generate heat by itself. There are not so many radioactive elements there, and the decomposition of radioactive elements, we cannot count on that. But 40 years ago, there was an idea that one of the major components of Neptune is methane. You can see Neptune composition: water, methane, and ammonia. 1/3 by weight is methane, and there was a hypothesis that methane at high pressures and temperatures would decompose with diamond generation. Neptune is a liquid planet, and these diamond crystals would be falling, and their gravitation energy would turn into heat energy, and that would be an amazing heat generation mechanism. But the question is, would methane decompose, and would there be diamond generated? It's not an easy question. We should consider the system hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen. We did it, and it turned out that a diamond can decompose, and it should be generated, and a huge diamond falling should generate a lot of heat within that gigantic planet. Here you can see a very complex phase of that quadrangular system, and we can see that under Neptune and uranium depths, this thing would ionize OH minus, and so it's an alkali environment, I would say. Well, the most important thing that we can show from the results of that chemistry at high pressures, which is not understood now, this is high temperature superconductivity. The superconductivity is known for hundreds of years. We know that some substances, when they are cooled down, have zero resistance. Well, you know, at certain temperature, the resistance goes to zero for a high temperature cuprate superconductor. You can take another aspect on that picture. Superconductors at high temperatures go to another state. This is a quantum thing that is removed at higher temperature. And magnetic field, you can say about critical temperature and critical magnetic field. It's important to know that superconductors that we use in practice have maximum critical temperature and maximum magnetic critical field. If we are able to achieve superconductivity at room temperature, that would be a revolution. Now, superconductors that require deep cooling have lots of inconveniences, but now they're widely used for super strong magnetic fields, MRI scans, colliders, magnetic levitation, trains that can travel at 400 kilometers now, and there are plans to increase the speed of that train to 1,000 kilometers per hour. It's possible. But how to create high temperature conductivity? And one recipe was discovered by our Chinese users. Our software has been used by thousands of researchers, and one group that was using that USPECH or success program predicted that H2S or hydrogen sulfide under pressure gets unstable, and there is an unexpected classical chemistry H3S substance. For that substance, they predicted superconductivity at 200 Kelvin temperature, which is much bigger than the previous record. 200 Kelvin is a, temperature that is found on Earth, in Yakutia, in the Antarctic, and there are wonderful proof of that prediction. The superconductivity temperature 203 Kelvin. It's minus 70 degrees Celsius. But many groups have begun doing compositions of hydrogen for superconductivity, and thorium H10 that we predicted a high temperature superconductor. It was predicted, and a year later it was we have worked with the Institute of Crystallography. We have synthesized that substance. Two of my colleagues are doing that, so we're not only doing theory but also practice. So the electricity resistance goes to zero. The next substance is yttrium H6. Again, unexpected chemical composition in terms of classical chemistry. Thorium H10, yttrium H6. The superconductivity temperature is 200 degrees Kelvin, and this is the critical magnetic field. Here we have encountered for the first time the divergence of theory and an experiment. According to theory, the critical magnetic field should be 60 Tesla, which is big. An experiment showed more than 100 Tesla. Probably there are some how to say, extra physical effects. Probably we can speak about something more than just high temperature superconductor. Maybe there is something new. Let's move on. The next record that was set is lanthanum H10. Two groups got this substance and proved its superconductivity. All those substances need overpressure, at least 1 million atmospheres. Lanthanum H10 required 2 million bar of pressure. Well, we realized that to increase superconductivity, we need to add the third element, a more complex chemical system, and got two triple hydrates, lanthanum yttrium H6 and H10. Yttrium H6 with lanthanum, it was possible to increase the superconductivity temperature. We were able to measure the critical current densities to define their critical magnetic fields. They were very high. At the same time, in the late 2020, American experiments have synthesized made up of 3 elements, sulfur, hydrogen, and carbon. They were not able to define the crystalline structure and composition, but they proved the room temperature superconductivity, and that substance superconducts at the temperature of up to 229 Kelvin, which is 15 degrees above 0 Celsius. Unfortunately, we need to have a pressure of 2.5 million bar. So the major task now is to get this superconductivity in other substances at normal pressure. So the secret, it's hard to get this, but still the researchers using theoretical predictions proved that the room superconductivity is not an illusion. It is not something that cannot happen. This is reality. We'll live in the room superconductivity times at high pressures. And finally, we were able to develop a theoretical formalism and a powerful prediction for stable molecules that also gave us a lot of information. We were able to consider a molecule made up of 2 atoms, silicon and oxygen. Not all molecules are stable. Most of molecules are not stable, and they relate to the sea of instability, and those mountains are stable things that make stability ridges or stability islands. Stability ridges for silicon oxide is silicium O2 and silicium 2O3. That was very strange because that is not typical for silicon. But for molecules, as it turned out to be, this composition was known for a long time, and that fits into our prediction, and you can see that all our stable molecules fit into a single clear picture. You can see that the stability islands refer to very beautiful chemically reasonable structures. I have no doubt that if you want, all those islands can be easily obtained. Well, if you take a look at this stability diagram topology, it looks similar to the atomic nuclei diagram. They also have, and it also has instability C, ridges and islands of stability. The latest stability island was achieved experimentally by Russian researchers under the head of Yuri Oganessian, a greatest Russian scientist. After him, the most heavy element, Oganesson 118, was named. If we look at organic molecules of hydrocarbons, we can see that all organic substances are made of hydrocarbons. We can see a lot of instability fields, but at the same time, we can see a lot of stable hydrocarbons, and that diversity of stable hydrocarbons is responsible for organic chemistry diversity and possibility of life based on that chemistry. We can see homologic rows, saturated hydrocarbons, alkanes, and so on. We can see that the lion's share of stable hydrocarbons have a clear number of, even number of atoms of hydrogen. Due to that, they have an even number of electrons. But there are a few molecules where the number of electrons are odd. However, they are non-stable. If the number of electrons is odd, the molecule would be magnetic. That was a surprise to me. Magnetic hydrocarbons, never heard about that. But we have predicted them in our calculation. You can see how good structures we predicted, and many of them are part of graphene sheet of hydrogen atoms on edges. That molecules have been known since 1960s, and they were observed in experiments and international atmosphere of titanium. So some unexpected things that we predicted could be proven experimentally, and such different strange experimental observations, theoretic observations, fit into a very good and clear schemes. That's what I wanted to tell you now. I told you about the fact that Mendeleev, without knowing that, has put the basics of predictive chemistry based on big data, and today we're dealing with big data, and we also developed the self-learning algorithms, and I was telling you about that. I told you about the fact that the periodic Mendeleev law has been changing and finds its limits at extreme conditions. I told you that one of the key atom properties, electric negativity, was discovered and examined by us, and we're now looking at different angle at these chemical bonds. I told you that at different conditions, at extreme conditions, the theory based on self-learning algorithms would predict new compositions that one after another is tested experimentally. Helium is not the most inert element in Mendeleev table. Chlorinates is not sodium chloride. And exotically, hydrogen compositions, thorium with yttrium, and new, not exactly defined compositions are still high-temperature superconductors, and the latest was mentioned by me, and we can do that even at room temperature. And I also was telling you about the fact that we were able to predict the composition of stable molecules, and that makes it possible for us to make molecule stability charts that give us a lot of information fit into a simple scheme. And molecules, sometimes they're so diverse, so exotic, as very exotic things that we can get under pressure. I think that the use of AI in chemistry, that a few years ago was a novelty, a small topic, and now it's a mainstream thing. That trend would continue, I believe. The use of AI would be the major driver of chemical and material science research. And finally, I would like to thank you for your kind attention, as well as my colleagues and my associates for participation and key role in that research. And now we are going to turn to a very ancient business lines of activities. Biblian money changers, merchants, shopping malls, and online shops are united by retail definition. We're going to speak about the future of retail, and we will compare the expert views from Russia and the United States. Both experts would answer the same question: why retail, as no other industry, is close to new trends? What can be said about the consumer psychology, what would happen to the consumer psychology and which new technologies would have an impact on the consumer behavior. Our next speakers are going to speak about that, and we would know whether the international and Russian views differ. Doug Stevens, founder and CEO of Retail Profit, one of the most famous consultant for Walmart, Google, Estee Lauder, and BMW, and Boris Agatov, a Russian independent expert for retail innovations of New Retail Project Line, who is known for his mentorship concept for Shop 4.0 and Retail of the Future.
Some say it was just an acceleration of things that would have happened anyway. But COVID-19 didn't just accelerate the future of retail. It altered it completely. After all, we don't build our lives around retail. Retail has always built itself around our lives. And COVID-19 changed all our lives. How we work, educate, entertain, communicate, and consume, all pulled once and for all across the digital threshold. For some, that's been fatal. Others have struggled to adapt. And for a few, the crisis made them infinitely more powerful and far-reaching. Make no mistake, the pandemic changed everything. But what if COVID-19 is not a cataclysm, but a catalyst? What if instead of retreating to normal, we forge a path to something better? Better for business, better for our customers and staff, and better for the planet. A chance to rethink the purpose and value of our businesses. What if we don't just survive the crisis, but thrive in spite of it? The future belongs to the courageous. Those with the clarity of vision and the strength of will to embrace these opportunities. Those with the passion to resurrect retail. They will be the masters of the new era.
Hello everyone, it's wonderful to be with you and of course to be part of such an esteemed panel of speakers. My name is Doug Stevens and I'm the founder of Retail Profit, a global boutique consultancy that focuses exclusively on the future of retail. And today I want to take you into that future of the retail industry and more broadly into the future of all of our lives as consumers. You know, American venture capitalist Chris Dixon once said that the next big thing will start out looking like a toy. A truism that he believes sits at the heart of why we frequently discount those innovations that often only in hindsight prove to be instruments of momentous technical and social change. Much of our initial dismissal is in fact tied to the fact that in their infancy, many innovative technologies far undershoot, as author and academic Clay Christensen puts it, the needs and expectations of users. The first telephones, for example, were limited and unreliable. 127 years later, the first Skype calls were prone to freezing and dropping connection. It would have been easy to dismiss both of these technologies, as some did, as fanciful toys without much long-term utility or value. But, as Christensen also observed, these same technologies often tend to improve on a trajectory that far outpaces consumer needs. And to his point, consider that in 1973, the first mobile phones weighed more than 4 pounds and were single-purpose devices. Well, today, an iPhone weighs 8 ounces, has 100,000 times more computing power than the Apollo 11 spacecraft, and performs hundreds of functions in our day-to-day lives. Suffice to say that for most of us, it's nearly impossible to imagine living without a smartphone. And all of this matters because today we are literally surrounded by an array of toy-like things. Virtual reality headsets, augmented reality technology, gaming platforms, cryptocurrencies, blockchain, NFTs, virtual goods, and more. And while each of these things in isolation seems relatively benign and to Dixon's point, even toy-like, there are a growing number, myself included, who believe that in combination, these things will conspire to change the way we work, communicate, entertain, and most certainly shop. And it's all leading to what people are calling the metaverse, an evolution of technology that will literally change the very nature of life on Earth. So, what is the metaverse? Well, the term metaverse can actually be traced back to a 1992 book called Snow Crash by American science fiction author Neal Stephenson, a book that purportedly radically altered the perspective of people like LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman, for example, completely altering his views on the future of technology. According to Wikipedia, the metaverse is a collective virtual shared space created by the convergence of virtually enhanced physical reality and physically persistent virtual space, including the sum of all virtual worlds, augmented reality, and the internet. Now, the key word here is persistent. Just as the physical world doesn't cease to operate when you go to sleep, the virtual world of the metaverse will similarly continue to evolve and change, even when users are logged off. Now, to think about this maybe more simply, consider that unlike the internet of today, where each of us is essentially pushing and pulling static information from a server in a largely asynchronous way, the concept of a metaverse will give us the capacity to enter a persistent, so always on, alternate reality, where we can interact in a synchronous or real-time way with people, places, and things. A world where, for example, thousands of students who happen to be learning about the Civil War can actually be transported directly into the battle at Fort Sumter and observe it firsthand. Similarly, we will be able to pull data and experiences out of the metaverse into the real world, overlaying them virtually into our physical surroundings. In essence, the metaverse is a parallel reality where we can exist, act, work, play, and commune. But again, to be clear, this is not simply a version of the internet we use today. The metaverse is what supersedes the internet entirely. Now, while the concept of such a parallel world has been talked about for more than 2 decades, our collective experiences through the pandemic, cycling through lockdowns, the social distancing, and the intense feelings of isolation and disconnection that most of us felt, have only accelerated our collective imagination around this idea of an alternate reality, where one can indeed interact at any time with others, potentially thousands or millions of others, to have shared experiences where one can travel without restriction whenever and wherever they wish. A world where literally any experience becomes possible and accessible. So, who will build the metaverse? Well, as we speak, there are already companies that are building the nascent foundations of such a new world. For example, Fortnite is a game that was developed by Epic Games in 2017, and it allows players to engage in 3 different play modes, including a battle royale mode where up to 100 players go head-to-head in a last-person standing free-for-all. Now, when asked in 2019 if Fortnite was a game or a platform, Epic Games founder Tim Sweeney replied, "Fortnite is a game, but please ask me that question again in 12 months." Well, in the ensuing 12 months, Epic began to answer that question all by themselves by evolving Fortnite to become a pseudo-world of its own, blurring the lines, frankly, between the real world and virtual experiences. Now, for example, rapper Travis Scott delivered a 5-concert series inside Fortnite, drawing close to 50 million attendees. And Epic is hardly the only company that sees gaming as a gateway to the metaverse. Amazon's live stream gaming platform Twitch boasts more than 140 million unique monthly users who, as a group, watched almost 2.2 billion hours worth of live streamed content in April of this year alone. And brands have taken notice. In the fall of 2020, for example, Burberry became the first fashion brand to live stream the debut of its Spring-Summer 2021 collection on Twitch, attracting an audience of more than 40,000 viewers. To think that Amazon doesn't have designs on being the primary retail presence in the metaverse would be naive. Another company is Roblox. Roblox is another online gaming platform which, according to The Verge, over half of all U.S. teens under the age of 16 played in 2020. A key difference, however, between Roblox and other online gaming platforms is that all the games in Roblox are built by their user community, using a simple developer toolkit that's provided to them through the platform. The result of this user-generated approach is that in a very short period of time, Roblox has amassed tens of thousands of different games. Indeed, Roblox has become its own small economy, where content creators now can monetize their game creations by building in virtual goods and game upgrades that can be purchased by other players, with the proceeds being split between Roblox and the game's creator. Now, in some cases, top creators are already earning upwards of $1 million per year in real-world cash. Now, Facebook, too, has clearly bought into the vision of the metaverse, as is evidenced by their 2014 acquisition of the VR headset developer Oculus, and more recently by the creation of its Facebook Horizon, a virtual reality platform currently in closed beta. In its current iteration, Horizon allows individuals and small groups to interact and engage in a wide variety of experiences, essentially allowing users to step into a virtual real-time version of Facebook. Like Roblox, Facebook believes that the experiential content landscape inside Horizon will largely be developed not by Facebook, but by users and organizations. The overarching point here is that the metaverse will likely not be developed entirely, at least, by any one company or set of individuals, but rather collectively by all of us. Individuals, brands, designers, programmers, government, non-government organizations, anyone and everyone. And while brands like Facebook and Disney and Amazon will all indeed build out their own unique presence and experiential platforms within the metaverse, all will have to agree on a set of shared protocols for interoperability across domains and accessibility across all device types. Because the true promise of the metaverse can only be realized when each of these worlds, be it Fortnite, Facebook, or any other world, are stitched together into a universe, or in this case, a metaverse, where we can seamlessly teleport from one world or experience to another and do so in real time. So now the question is, how does one go about creating economic value and activity within a limitless digital world? So what I remember of my university economics courses suggests that the essence of value is really governed by a few key dynamics, and among them, the authenticity of an item, its rarity, and finally, its ownability. And until now, the internet has been, by its very design, fundamentally boundless in dimension and limitless in its supply of digital content. But it's this same limitlessness that has commodified most digital products. After all, the internet was born as a means of file sharing, not file buying. So, for example, How much is a highlight video of LeBron James worth? Well, if I simply rip it down from Google, not very much. After all, there's nothing inherently limited, authentic, or unique about it. Anyone can download the same video, but none of us can truly own it. Yet, at least one LeBron James highlight video is for sale for more than $250,000 on NBA Top Shot, a platform that allows fans and investors to buy, sell, and trade officially licensed sport video highlights. For all intents and purposes now, there's really no difference between my worthless LeBron clip from Google and the $250,000 clip on Top Shot, with a few important exceptions. Top Shot authenticates every clip and assigns exclusive ownership of these one-of-a-kind assets using blockchain technology. So likewise, by virtue of blockchain, any digital asset now, be it art or clothing or a LeBron James photo or even experiences themselves, can now be authenticated as genuine, verifiably limited, and exclusively ownable. And for these reasons, these unique and limited assets, also known as non-fungible tokens or NFTs, can indeed carry a value. Think about the example, say, of Pokemon cards. The cards themselves have no inherent value. It's really only the rarity and authenticity and the ability to own these cards that drive some of their extraordinary values. The same key tenets of value now can be applied to digital assets, really for the first time in history. And it's leading to what can only be called a parallel economy. In fact, as we're having this conversation, almost $500 billion has changed hands through the sale of NFTs. Today, most of this is represented by the sale of digital art and collectibles. For example, digital artist Mike Winkelmann, who works under the handle Beeple, had never in his life received more than about $100 for one of his digital pieces. In late 2020, however, Winkelmann sold an NFT of one of his works for more than $66,000. A few months later, that same piece sold for $6.6 million. And if that weren't enough, in March of 2021, the artist sold a digital montage of all his existing works through Christie's auction house for $69 million. Why? Because now, using a blockchain ledger, the authenticity, rarity, and exclusive ownership of that piece of digital art can be conveyed and verified. All these fundamental economic principles now are cascading into other virtual goods, including clothing, collectibles, and even virtual real estate. Yes, real estate. Platforms like Upland are making it possible now to purchase virtual real estate assets like the New York Stock Exchange, for example, which recently sold for $23,000. Now, who would spend that kind of money, $23,000, on a digital representation of the New York Stock Exchange? Someone who assumes that as more people invest and prime assets become scarcer, the value of such digital holdings may logically rise. It's simple supply and demand. So what about retailing in the metaverse? When it comes to retail, there are those that are already saying they foresee the creation of shopping venues, malls, stores, etc. in the metaverse. And I think this is really probably short-sighted. I mean, to simply transport the industrial shopping concepts and conventions of today into the metaverse would be both unimaginative and ineffective. The creation of the metaverse will give us the ability to break free from the current industrial form and function of physical stores and move light years beyond even the best digital shopping experiences of today. I mean, why would one create a virtual replica of, say, a Canada Goose apparel store in the metaverse when I could potentially shop for a new Canada Goose coat inside an Arctic exploration experience led by Iditarod champion Lance Mackey? There I can gain first-hand contextual knowledge of the garment's technical quality and performance. I can order it from inside that experience and have it delivered to my real-world home. I could buy my new car not in a static showroom on the metaverse, but while taking an adrenaline-pumping test drive on the racetrack of my choice. I could get beauty advice from a personal advisor that I pull out of the metaverse into my living room. So in a world where literally any experience is possible, why on earth would we use our parochial and industrial version of retail today as a template for the future? So marketers, store designers, merchandisers, all will have to begin thinking very differently about what a store is and how they will operate in the metaverse. For example, call center staff of today will become metaverse support teams of tomorrow, with staff literally teleporting into the metaverse from anywhere on Earth to meet with and personally assist customers in real time as necessary. There will be no need to carry a wallet in the metaverse. Unique biometric markers will be all that's required to authenticate one's identity. In time, almost all of us will spend time socializing, learning, working, and entertaining ourselves in the metaverse. Some may choose to spend almost all their waking time there, seeing the real world now as being dull, limited, and inefficient by comparison. So, with increasing amounts of time spent in the metaverse, our proportion of virtual to physical possessions will increase dramatically. I mean, who wants to wear the same virtual outfit to 2 virtual parties in the same virtual weekend? As we spend more time in the metaverse, status symbols like the virtual home you own, the virtual clothing and jewelry you wear, or the virtual cosmetics you use will become every bit as important as those same real-world purchases and possessions are today. And brands will capitalize on this demand by creating an ever-growing assortment of virtual products at real-world prices. Indeed, the sheer amount of time that one is able to spend in the metaverse as opposed to the real world may in itself become a status symbol. So what lies ahead? Well, no one really knows for certain. But what most experts agree upon is that the metaverse, while perhaps years or even decades off, is an inevitable step in the convergence of humanity and technology, and an evolutionary melding of reality and virtuality. And while the metaverse may take decades to develop, there will be increasingly sizable investments made now and in the days to come by organizations hedging against that future. And one of those is Scooty. Scooty, for example, is a startup that focuses on bringing to life the world's first retail marketplace through games and allowing brands to sell and ship direct to game players from inside the game. Obsess, another startup, is building CGI environments and experiences for major beauty brands and fashion brands. Companies like Levi's are already using AI-driven customer support platforms, and beauty giant L'Oreal has built an entire line of virtual cosmetics. Gucci, too, has already begun selling virtual clothing. Each of these things, while obviously limited by the technologies and protocols we use today, is a small step toward that metaverse. Growth will come slowly and incrementally at first until, as was the case with the internet, enough infrastructure, developers, and users create a tipping point. Smart brands will indeed buy real estate, virtual real estate, and hire developers to develop their brand presence and experiences, where they will sell both digital and physical products to consumers who split their time now between these two worlds. Laggard brands and organizations will be stuck in the real world, and even worse, in the ghetto that the legacy internet will become. And as one might expect, the metaverse will produce a new era of tycoon, the Rockefellers and Carnegies of the virtual world, who will pioneer and acquire and develop huge swaths of the metaverse and make early investments in its operating systems. Even the means through which we connect or jack into the metaverse are likely to change entirely. As our devices become smaller and more pervasive and closer to our bodies, we are approaching the ultimate technological chasm, putting the technology inside us. The prospect of brain-to-machine communications are not only possible, but becoming more commonplace as we speak. With our brains chip-enabled, we may eventually transport back and forth between the metaverse and the real world simply by thinking about it. And if that sounds like a dystopia, then you really have to ask yourself, is it any more sci-fi than carrying a device in your pocket that tracks and communicates your whereabouts within a few feet? And finally, as is often the case, there is also widespread agreement that most will completely disregard the notion of a metaverse as being a toy, not worthy of their time, their attention, much less their investment. And if there's one lesson that history repeatedly teaches us, it's that there is no such thing as being fashionably late for your future. Thank you very much for your time.
I welcome all participants of Sakharov Futuristic Forum, The World in Half a Century. I am very happy to be part of that forum to share my thoughts, but first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Boris Agatov. I am an independent expert for retail innovations. I consult organizations on the changes of consumer behavior and new technologies. Let's talk today about the selection of goods in the future. Which technologies would have the biggest impact on consumer behavior? Well, the consumer goods stay the same. How is it going to be the replacement of real world by the digital world? And will business driven by new consumer behavior to set up new quasi-states? Will there be the sunset of the consumption century? It's a very interesting question because the retail segment is as close as to new technologies and changes as no one else. It has to respond to it very quickly because we all buy on the internet, we buy offline. And it's interesting to know what's going to be the development of consumer consumption, what's going to be the functioning of the economy, and will it have an impact on the states? What will we be and the world around us with regard to consumption? So let me start with the consumption economy in general. We got used to the fact that the only good economy is this one that functions well. And we sometimes don't think and imagine that technologies create another space for us, even now. So let's dive deeper. What kind of space is that? Consumer economy or economics works very in a simple way. Let's exemplify that. When we produce a piece of oil or a gram of a rare earth metal, there is a consumer which is in the end of that chain who paid for that production. Oil will turn into plastic or gasoline for your car. Rare earth metals would be part of our accumulator battery. And it looks like the entire economy is customer-centric. There is no customer and there is no economy. In the Soviet Union, we were trying to separate consumption and economy. It did happen, but not very well, I think, because at a regular consumption level, because we had good missiles and rockets and technology, but not all the people liked it. It happened, well, it so happened. And why don't we have to stay away from consumption economy? It's not too bad, but we have overproduction, and it's, we cannot stop a human being to stop consumption. We consume a lot, but do we have to stop it? That is here the question. Human beings came out of the deficit. We had a lot of deficit over 1,000 years, from food supplies to clothes, especially in the Soviet Union. Now we live in the age where money is in short supply only. and according to the recent developments, they can be spread from a helicopter in the world in smaller or bigger quantities, more in the United States, less in Russia. The pandemic gave a term, helicopter money. The economy is idle, nothing happens, but everybody gets income. The consumer economy functions well and shows that food will always be there. All consumer goods are just one click away. But we can see that there are counter trends aimed at reduction of consumption, which was unheard of, like for good consumption, for sustainable development. A consumer is overwhelmed by that large choice, and being tired of that consumption, we could stop consuming and switch to other forms of getting goods, and I'm going to mention them. And those forms will not be related to overproduction. But how could it look like? What kind of forms are they? Which technologies could foster that? Will we be able to make a U-turn from consumer economy to distribution economy? What's going to happen to do that shift? A request for a more justful society to distribute everything, or totalitarian control. So these are the prerequisites that we can see now. We don't see. We need to see those prerequisites. The first prerequisite is that to choose a goods, we are guided by a brand. It's like a marker, value and good value for the money. The brand has already decided for us which quality we need, how much should it cost, and that audience consumes that brand goods like Nike, for instance. We also have a regular scheme, but more and more high-quality tools come instead. It's like eShop filters, and the better is the goods description with certain features. The easier is to select a goods apart from the brand. Feel the difference when you have to choose many brands, or you're given a chance to customize a goods, and only those goods are shown to you that you really need, and you only pay for what you need. The branded goods will be replaced by more customized options, because the consumer will not need a brand. We will have good characteristics and features, and we could choose whatever we want. And that transformation of choice will make it possible for us to see that goods are very similar. Sometimes we can see that the goods are similar, only brands differ. In consumer head, some goods like commodities, oil, gas, steel, they are the same. For oil, it doesn't matter where it was produced. Its features and cost what is important. The same is true for any live goods. But take a look. How many identical goods are offered to you for different price, like sunflower oil. It should have a scent or should not have a scent, certain vitamins, and that's it. We don't need anything else from that sunflower oil. If we want that type of oil, we only have to specify features and things like a smart microwave ovens or fridges that would surround us. They would be able to find goods for our features, or would be able to take part in a live auction to select a certain price and quality. Goods will be deprived of brands, and this is one of the trends that will be important for the future. How would that impact consumer behavior? How would we choose goods? Now, we are more concerned about real features of the goods and feedback from other consumers, and not only brand values. We spend a lot of time to select goods, but commodity is not selected like that. Commodities like steel, gas, or oil are selected by the duration of supply. You have money, you go to the stock exchange and you buy. But what about selecting consumer goods like commodity? It's not possible to buy goods on a stock exchange, like to buy a carton of milk on a stock exchange. It's not possible. Who will ensure that stock exchange for every product? I think that this is the Internet of Things. Who would do that? A smart refrigerator will select commodity better than a human being. He would be able to call hundreds of suppliers and to find the best value for the money that we need. Now, auctions or stock exchanges are pretty complex things for most consumers, but going forward, the price will be defined at private micro auctions, and this is where Internet of Things comes into play. And they would simplify our life a lot, and they would give us the better price. All right. Potatoes, milk, or butter, we will do that. But what about never commoditized goods? Internet of Things will remove regular purchases, but what to do with complex ones? Another technology comes into play. This is a digital twin. Human digital twins will make our alter ego in the future. A digital twin is an exact copy of a person, like myself, who would have all my characteristics to be autonomous by 95%, be just like me. We would just grow our digital twins from the early childhood. He would have the same health. He would be able to test different herbal nutrients or medications, because a herbal nutrient or a food supplement which is admitted on time would be able to remove illness. Electronic medical record that is now being introduced would be part of our digital twin from its birth. The digital twin would have the same interests, so all the trends would be tested on a digital twin. We all know that in analog world to get data from us is very hard. Some people cannot even say what they want. But the digital twin idea, well, the digital twins could be grown up as we want, and they could give information that we need during planning, selection, and issue of goods, and many other things. And the human being could be given a chance to validate decisions, and that component would get an easier way for prediction, to select or to test something on a digital twin first, and then to do that on human beings. So commodities, branded goods will become commodities, and whatever is more complex would be dealt with by a digital twin. So we would get a parallel digitalization of digital twins who would define the most courageous ideas. And the consumption would be between a real person and his digital twin. This is another impact on the consumption economy that we have to expect. According to the practice, automation is not for regular, simple physical operations, but white collars, because the work of white collars is easier to digitalize and the economic impact is higher. Economically, it is worthwhile to digitize an accountant, a manager, or a market expert than a courier. And where would those white collars go? It looks like they have to go to do the job for that deal with physical power and force, tellers, cashiers, couriers, but they are limited in payments. And the courier cannot run 100 times faster and cannot distribute 100 times more parcels. But now, a manager in the office has no cap. It's an intelligence labor, which is paid well. But it turned out that his job is easier to digitize. In the end, we get lots of artistic people who went from white collars to blue collars. We wanted to release human potential, to do creativity instead of routine work, but it's the opposite. We have lots of people who cannot make lots of money and who don't do artistic work. We will not have a chance to boost consumer economy. It's not possible to do using couriers, housekeepers, or cashiers because their wages are low. And the scheme is such. Attention, we have a standard low-wage job that is paid by hour. The consumption control through digital twins and Internet of Things, and not only Internet of Things and other digital channels. On top, the main assets are going to be produced by robots made up of machines. We have no place for people, for digitalized people, and human being will start to cease to exist. But going forward, it's going to be worse. People will be yielding to automation more and more. And that course of action means the end of consumption economy. Those who can consume would turn into blue collars, and those who really make money are robots who don't consume anything, as you know. Moreover, we will have a surplus of assets and lack of pay demand. In the future, it's going to be like the distribution system. For quite a big number of goods, a big number of goods which will not be part of commodities, they would be consumed via digital twins. So the future would be for the distribution system for a big number of consumer goods, which does not mean a low level. It means that there's going to be averaging. Now we can see the situation when rich people get richer and poor get poorer. Another thing is involvement of consumers into that system, and the answer is there. We need to ask a question: will that system be quasi-state or not? Will it be uncontrolled control or a digital totalitarian future? This is a dilemma that we're facing, but let's sort it out. A commercial system gets data from us that is laid on the table on our consumption control in exchange for convenience. This is a consumer experience when we start buying in one place and finish it off in another place. And based on our ecosystem data, we get personal recommendations and we get lots of convenient things, Therefore, the credibility of the people are higher than of the state. When it's convenient for you, your rating is going to be higher. The state would either allow that rating or will be in charge of it or in front of it. Whether ecosystem turn into states or states will turn into ecosystems. We could use patriotic behavior, wars, protectionism, state compulsory institutions, and so on. But the future would we don't know what the future holds for the state. The state could be broken up into a few digital systems. Therefore, ecosystems are supported by the wish of commercial organizations to capture consumers. It's like the state is going to capture mineral resources. You can see very similar things, and now the consumer resources are, I would say, captured by digital systems. Columbus and Vasco da Gama's that go to a digital terra incognita to buy whatever they want from wild population. And now we are like the savages that the first discoveries met. They wanted gold and land, and digital discoverers, they need our personal data. We have not noticed that based on our consumer behaviors, Android and Apple divided all the people into two groups. What can they do with them? It's a big enigma. And from the consumption trends that the commercial companies are driven by, there could be new forms of the state that don't have borders, but they have digital borders that could be comparable with state borders. What kind of technology could have the biggest impact on consumer behavior? I would say that this is blockchain. How would it change the consumer behavior? Consumers, owing to that technology, would get their two wishes come true. First is a fair price and quality guarantee. Imagine yourself, justice is just something relative, and it can be replaced by the price. And we can see that the price is fair, but going forward, the blockchain profit will be shaped by the price, and profit standardization would be a common thing, which is a commodization of goods. Blockchain could give us another number of unreal features. You can trace all blockchain steps, and it gives us something that cannot be achieved in the future. We can trace all components. We can see even a filament or a thread in my shirt. Things would have a longer life. Customization of production. Personalization of production. It's a dead end today or tomorrow. Yes, we'll be able to personalize the goods available, but we will not change its packaging, weight, or composition. We have to customize the goods properties, but in this case we are staying away from mass production and go to individual production without overproduction for guaranteed sales. This is how million production factories are organized. Now we used well-known tools from discounts to advertising. We all know that. But individual production is pretty expensive, given additive technologies that does not resolve the cost issue. So how to resolve a cost issue for production and personalization in the future? We could consider it in the fashion industry. Fashion is like many things liked by many people. But personalization will mean no fashion. The fashion will stay, but it would adapt to new technologies. Fewer things will be produced because fashion will stay forever. But due to the limit of resources and availabilities of digital social networks, video conferencing and messengers, fashion will stay in a digital world. And then it would go in small streams to the real world. Cosmetics, clothes will be updated online in real time. You would be able to customize things, and if necessary, that would be produced then. Up to 70% of things would never be physically produced, so that production would be reduced and customization would increase. We will avoid overproduction like that. You could change your image in Zoom or Instagram now, but you can easily make any background if you want. So the question is for 3D online images, and it's coming to what is left to the analog world? Virtually nothing. So we're here now, came to the biggest question of the consumer economy. Will real world be replaced by a digital world 100%? I don't think so, but it could be replaced. And a good example to that is NFT. This is non-replaceable tokens. They have grown in production since January to March. The first tweet of Jack Dorsey was sold for a few $1 million. You just imagine, the first tweet is just an entry on the website. It was sold for $2.9 million. Digital sport shoes were sold for $3.9 million. They would never be produced in the physical world, and they were exchanged for money and time. So money would be a limited resource in the future. Time, if we don't live forever, would also be reduced. So the most limited resource, if you spend your time in digital channels to buy things, you will have no time or money to do what we used to do. And now the digital world is replaced by a real physical world, and this is just the beginning of that scenario. There are many scenarios of the future. We have a chance to walk over 50 years of consumer habits, but they may happen earlier. So what does the future hold for us? Well, that economy is based on the distribution of consumer goods and food. The digital component of our life will increase, replacing the physical world. Governments and ecosystems will either be antagonists or will merge together to have a high level of control. The biggest technologies are blockchain and Internet of Things, and you have to pay attention to that. So I was trying to tell you about the trends and the tools for future consumer changes that is now transforming our present. We are not ready for the future sometimes, but the future is growing today, underpinned by new technologies, our desires, and I wish you the future that we deserve, because we have to build it with our own hands. Thank you for your attention. If you want to get in touch with me, you can do that via Facebook. Thank you, and bye-bye. Distinguished friends, our forum is called The World in Half a Century. Academic Sakharov wrote an interesting article 50 years ago, The World in Half a Century. Let's take a look in 50 years' time to see how the world will change since 2020s up until 2070s of these centuries. We can start with what is going to happen following the pandemic. Let's look at an interesting trend. There is a new labor market which emerged at the moment when the remote work came into being for people and for digital images of people, and that market would grow from now on. 2020s is the reduction of demand for commercial real estate. A lot goes online. Our scenario of behavior is changing in the offices, and the offices are changing themselves. A lot of shift changes is waiting for that commercial real estate, but this is not true for commercial real estate only. It's true for cities and towns that want to be effective. They would support redevelopment and the use of other facilities. So 20s is the shift to electric transport. The electric transport surpasses engines and cars that run on gasoline because charge can be contactless. As today we can charge our smartphones, we could charge our e-mobiles remotely, and e-mobiles, e-cars don't need more maintenance. The tourism market will be also changed. The receptionless hotels, high technologies would go into that ancient part of business, which is hotels. Internet, goggles, or glasses. It's a gadget of the future. A few attempts were made, but they were not very successful, either bulky or hard to wear or heavy or whatever. But the forecast for 2020 is that all glasses would have an internet functionality, and it's going to be a standard thing for all of us. In the 20s, we expect digitalization of major currencies, including digital ruble. We also expect a strategic shift from employed workers to self-employed workers. More people will stay at home, selling their services over the internet. Simultaneous interpretation would also be a standard thing. By the end of the 20s, we'll be able to communicate with people in their language via glasses or earphones. By the end of the 20s, the world would stay away from cash money, and there's going to be a heavy blow on corruption and evasion, taxation evasion, and we'll have to use electronic money, and probably will use identifiers like our own voice or eye retina identification. Cities and towns would compete for a place to live. There would be successful and unsuccessful towns or cities. So the 20s is a start of urbanist crisis. There was an overproduction crisis, and the COVID crisis came into being, and it was something new for us. Another interesting thing will be happening to electric transport, smaller transport. It will be in more. There will be more electric cars and electric e-scooters than regular ones. Mobile phone commerce would overcome the workstation commerce. Blockchain will be used for registration and identification, authorization and authenticity checks. No notaries will be required as well, so we could do that using an electronic ID. For space crafts, the 20s would give a chance to send dozens of people into space, not hundreds. Hundreds is for the 30s. Gadget industries and medicine would start using kinetic energy of human warmth, or we can charge our gadget, which is in our pocket, with the warmth of our head. Green areas in the cities will be connected. Pedestrian and cycling lanes will be connected. So this is green areas and recreation areas will be good standards for logistics. Product lines of various companies will have more goods adapted for shared use. We will have a chance to share not only cars as now, but also a big number of equipment which we don't need today: snowmobiles, quadricycles, and smokings or tuxedos. The vacations days will also be in demand. Our parents had 28 days of vacation, and now about 4 days will be vacation time. The 20s is the first developments in personalized and synthesized food products, and we're going into the 30s, and it's going to boom there. A lot of customized food products will be produced, and they would correspond to our not only taste but our medical record as well. In the 30s, I expect a massive start of driverless cars and transport. The world would be ready for safe transport, driverless cars. In the 30s, there would be super megapolises, and their borders will not be the map borders, but the movement trends. We could go to 100 kilometers to its border within an hour, as we can travel from Moscow downtown to the suburbs. That location that would be located in 1 hour from Moscow would also be there. Cash machines would also be unneeded in the 30s. I think that the world would stay away from border protection, except hot spots and conflict areas. In the 30s, internet functionality will be standard for all, glasses. Consumer electronics will have a special interface. Delivery within the bigger cities would be minutes, not hours. In the 30s, there would be booming products replacing people, replacing salt or sugar. Chips will have a chance to monitor human bodies, and that ampule would give our doctor information about our health. Any people could do that. Sometimes elderly people have issues to go for X-ray or CT scan, or the information from that would increase more and more. Those things would be in tablets or in pills, but even in the water in 50 years' time. In the 30s, there would be free services, and sometimes free transport would appear. The million city pedestrian areas would be increased by factor threefold. Cities and their centers would be like parks. E-cars would be able to travel 1,000 kilometers without charging, because diesel engines and gasoline engines are stopped. No one is inventing new fuel now for gasoline engines or diesel engines, but e-vehicles, it's real for that. Radio waves would be combined with light waves to transmit information over the internet, and this is the Li-Fi technology. Military area. The major weapons would be carried by robots, unmanned aerial vehicles. Computers would start getting new technology. There would be quantum or molecular computers, and the optical computers, DNA computers. It's going to be, future, but they would be there. Medical services and food industries will also be integrated. This is the customized nutrition would be even more, even healthier. I think that an interesting topic is to look at our first interface when we log on to the internet. First of all, it was search engines, then social networks, and its life managers in the 30s. They would be major interface for us. So these are the services helping us to streamline our day, our life during the day, and it would have integrated medical, e-commerce, data search, social network, and leisure. In the 30s, we will be able to make good microclimate in our houses. We will say goodbye to a helicopter in the 30s. Drones would be replacing successfully the functions that our helicopters have, including passenger drones. Interesting thing is tactile technology plus augmented reality. We would be able to get our gadget in an augmented reality. It is not existent, but we will be able to see it in front of us and would be able to push buttons as now, as we get the tactile feelings when we push the buttons of our smartphone or a PC keyboard. The customized technology, whatever we want to get. It's like a Hotovich, old man, like a genie in the bottle. So it's like, global simplification and cost reduction for everything. And by the end of the 30s, there would be the minimum advertising. All the advertising would be very much customized, very targeted, and very specific. The public advertising will not attract our attention on the internet. In the 30s, there would be global changes with regard to the UN system and a new services system for budgeted global issues and tasks, because those tasks will be changed significantly, and the UN system was set up after World War II. In the 30s, we would encounter electronic voting and no ballots, and also secrecy of ballot will be ensured electronically. There would be a vision. We would be able to share online vision using gadgets, and then it would be technologies would decipher human thoughts, and the signal from nervous system will be deciphered too. I think that in the 30s there would be breakthroughs in terms of aging. For instance, the analytical preparations that kill older cells, they are available today, but they're very expensive, they're very experimental, and in the 30s there would be massive medications. In the 30s, universities and digital education things would have massive programs not only for jobs, but free time and leisure time, how to make it, and there would be more free time. In the 30s, nanorobots would be part of complex operations. In the 30s, medical industry would be able to reproduce any human bodies and the brain. The 40s, the governments would go to customized control. Now we have a definition that law is universal for everybody, but customized management will take place in the 40s, because Many people from different age would have different interests and demands, and the government will have to be customized too. The 40s is a big development of wind energy, because solar energy that started a few years ago, wind energy would start again. Food in the 40s would be smart. When consuming food, you will be able to give information to digital platforms about the health of our body. In the 40s, composites will take over metals, including a competition with the metals that are much cheaper than composites like steel. In the 40s, the taxation system would change. The tax system would be... What is a tax service? This is pay parking. The tax that we get for that service, and you only those who want to pay. And they would be paid by those who are ready to pay for that service, and the taxes would be spent for everything. So it's going to be a good model for the 40s. Retail in the 40s would reshape itself. All formats will stay there, including offline, but the main offline task will be narrowing, because offline would serve for online. Offline is shopping-like experience, transfer of emotions, but the major things would be online. The start of customized medication drugs is the 40s, when their development would start earlier, but in the 40s they would be available in the market. People would be able to share pictures of their health without gadgets. I think in the 40s we will be able to decipher neural network systems, the signals that I have mentioned a few years ago. More than half of buildings would be, wasteless. Roads would be also monetized by charging e-vehicles in motion. The leisure time would be mixed. First of all, the work will be reduced, and then the vacation will be there. It's like a mix between vacation and work. The local temperature changes will be used outside. So, for instance, there could be warm pedestrian lanes in winter. There would be air streets for small aviation. On the other side, hyper sound speed, which is now only used in military material, would be available in the 40s for rich passengers, for intercontinental transportation. In the 40s, many advanced cities would have digital mayor's offices. AI would start taking control of the city. The food produce market would be customized as well. People and our personal services would order food for us. The synthesis of food would also happen by the order, and the AI would also prognose and forecast agricultural production. The agricultural cycle would be also, how shall I say that, based on predictive analytics and forecasting of our own tastes. Synthesized food would be more than 50% of your ration in developed countries. Synthesized food and organic synthesis is pretty natural. Meat without killing animals, fish without killing fish. In the 40s, pattern of designs and light could be changed on their goods, and the biggest user of the energy would be computers, not bigger factories. Composite smart glass would be a standard in glazing. It would be a smart, intelligent glass, and it could become a screen or whatever. The overproduction crisis would be for the past. The AI would be customized too. The government would pay pension for age pension, and then the pension system would become individual, and it's not the age would be the driving force, but the need to support a certain person, irrespective of the age. Personal cybersecurity would be a big market. In the 40s, we would say goodbye to consumable packaging. The trend is there, but in the 40s, that packaging would leave our life. 50s, there would be a thermonuclear energy in the world balance. It's just a scientific experiment and experimental reactors. In the 40s, I think there would be scenarios of actions in emergencies, and in the 50s, those scenarios would be delivered. What kind of emergencies I mean? For instance, global cold or global warming. But it's going to take us 30 years to feel better in the 50s, to feel better due to volcano eruption. A new model of business organization. Look, in the 50s, we would monetize not shares of the company. Shares, stock exchanges would be the past. We would monetize certain contracts, and this is another economy, because the profit, the economic success would be fixed momentarily by people once they sold a goods or a service. Anthroponomic industries and companies earmarked for people, for life, for longevity, for success in the 50s would be leading the way, where huge multinationals operate. I hope that a 20-hour week would be sufficient for average income. In the 50s, the near cosmos or near outer space would be suitable for passenger planes, and we would be able to move in outer space between continents. There will be space planes and tickets for that, and those space planes would be fit into longer runways. Automated weapons would render ineffective smaller wars, as Sakharov's thermonuclear bomb rendered ineffective other weapons, and automated weapons that would kill any soldier. It would be make no sense to fight against robots. Anti-cells and signal ways that regulate cells would have another breakthrough in our longevity of life. The revolution of the material world would happen. Earlier, what was produced of stone or wood or glass would be made up of polymers or composites. The agrarian territory area will reduce 3 times versus 2020. The free basic product. It means that for regular goods we will not pay directly but indirectly. We may have free bread, because consumption of bread would be related to the fact that the bread would have microbiochips telling us about our health, and we would pay for that information and not for bread. Bread could be free. In the 50s, the standard of digital platforms would be our thoughts. We could be able to share SENS of food produce, and there would be services that would prevent bad thoughts, bad ideas. Smaller vertical drones and passenger drones will be sold as a luxurious e-car or e-vehicle. There will be no more companies with over 1,000 people. More companies would be using outsourcing. The animal communication technology would stay there in the 50s, and we will be able to understand our cat and our dog, and they would understand us. The taxation system in the 50s would share the anthroponomics values. Those would pay more who ignore personal life, coaches and managers. and who don't care about calorific value. In the 50s, the last borders will fall. As I said, there would be borders only at hotspots, but in the 50s there would be no borders as well, at all. The population of Earth would increase and would be more than 10 billion people. The meat without killing animals would lead the market, and it's going to be in the 50s too. I hope that 50 years later, in the 60s or 70s, superconductivity at room temperature would be common technology, and Sakharov wrote about that. Cities and global institutions would be more important than the state. Antiviral vaccines could be synthesized within days, not months. Vaccines will be more of them, and once a virus pops up, there would be hundreds and thousands of customized vaccines synthesized by supercomputers, AI, and would be well adapted to your to your body. Around the globe for 2 hours, that would be realistic in 50 years' time. Digital twin of a human brain would be available for medical doctors, and we would be able to decipher the most complex organisms on Earth. The superconductivity at room temperature, there would be first transport without wheels. It's going to be a magnetic transport. Gene engineering in 50 years' time would fight in oncology completely. Once again, in 50 years' time, genetic engineering will break oncology. And in half a century, a new airspace usage ethics will be used. We will start habitating or populating bigger artificial islands because there would be no space enough for people. The boom of genetic animals, adapted animals with mTOR, protein and insulin receptor mutations will be used for longevity and extended age. In order to have an average life of 100 years, roads will be magnetic. Rail transport would be past, and technology would be able to spot immediately any problem or any violation or any crime. Technology would reduce or eliminate any terrorist use during the terrorist attack. The electric energy cheapening would be a superconductivity effect. We could share solar energy from deserts. A little bit later than 50 years' time, the last rubber tires would die because there would be no wheels on the transport. There would be ethical protocols, technology solutions, smart contracts, and online voting would be there, and that would replace the archaic legislation that was conducted since the Napoleon Code. Most of the people would not define the state or non-state massive services that sold it to a person. There would be technology to optogenetics, and neural communication would allow us to overcome depression. Contactless medicinal drugs and vitamins would be there. We will be able to inhale healthy components. And I would say that academic Sakharov, who wrote his wonderful article about 50 years in the future, he was saying that great success would be in superconductivity. A few minutes ago, I said that it is a way to no-wheel vehicles, and Sakharov predicted that back in 1974. It means that the technical futurology, he was a genius, and he was very well educated, and technological futurology makes it possible for us to set up the correct image of the future. Today, we heard just one version of that. Those versions are different. There could be negative or positive, but we are futurologists. We encounter them, we organize them, and today's scenario would be pretty positive. I do believe in that scenario, and I hope that the future image is the human-centric economy, or as we say, as we call it, anthroponomics. This is the image of the future that academic Sakharov was dreaming of. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. We got used to speak about three features of Andrei Sakharov: a scientist, a thinker, a human rights activist. And that goes without saying that today's forum, the futuristic forum, the world in half a century, this thinking feature of Andrei Sakharov looks the most interesting and important, and I would like to elaborate on that topic. Andrei Dmitrievich Sakharov has traveled ahead of time in thinking about life at that time. Such people are called prophets or fortune tellers. There is a trendy word, visionaries. And those people sometimes are, how to say, not understood by the people around them. Conflicts with the government, breakups with colleagues and family members. And that all happened in Sakharov's life. I would say that unlike many other futurologists or science fiction writers, the basis for Andrei's prophecy was a deeply scientific area. He was a big researcher, and many forecasts that he made were an extension of his research activities. Andrei Sakharov was a great theoretic physicist who did a lot for practical usage of his ideas. And if we look at his research work and its impact on that prophecy, we may find three things. The first thing is that Andrei Dmitrievich, in his important participation in the nuclear project, he actually forecasted the future made on the right understanding of strategic security only. And those issues of strategic stability, how to organize that stability, because at his times there were two major powers, the United States and the Soviet Union, and one of the major questions is that nuclear armaments is a big threat to the humankind and its future, but on the other hand, owing to the nuclear armaments, we have been living in peace on planet Earth for 75 years. I don't mean any local conflicts, but we live in peace owing to those nuclear armaments. And the question about sufficiency, reasonable sufficiency, and control over arms. This is a big security question. Second point, what was covered by Andrei in his article, The World in Half a Century, is that the basis of our future lies in technological advancement. And the vision that he offered to us was mainly delivered, I would say. What was he talking about? He was discussing issues related to the habitat. It is clear that the increasing population has a bigger impact on the environment, and the nature would break down someday. It would stop adapting to the changes and on that load. So Andrei realized that it should happen sooner or later, and what we can see today that the environmental issues have been going to the forefront is a testament to the fact that he was right in thinking like that. I think that speaking about the technological advancement as a basis for the human mankind development, he was saying about ICT, which is the information and communication technologies. And a good example to that is that repeated at your forum is the famous idea of the world or global information system, which was exemplified by the internet. Again, if we speak about his activities as a theoretical physicist and a man who was based on the most modern and available technologies at that time, I would cite his statements about the computer-aided simulation. Today, there are supercomputers and calculations that were used in weapons simulation. Now, those tasks can be resolved much faster and easier. But the fact that Sakharov saw that computers would be able to resolve much more complicated tasks. That is what's going on now. We say that in many areas of our life, in the scientific area and in the regular life, areas, we are switching to digital twins. What is a digital twin? This is a computer simulation. This is a 100% model of what has to be assembled or created. And modern computers allow us to make such digital twins in all industries. We all know that modern aircraft are simulated in computers, and modern materials are also simulated in computers on an atomic level. And we can see that any material can be developed with any properties. This is a chemical or a digital chemistry. And he mentioned that in his article, and this is what's going on now, and that is happening in 30 years' time. There was another question with regard to space technologies, and Sakharov was saying that lunar bases would be established 50 years later, and there would be increased opportunities for the mankind to not only discover but develop planets. Here, it so happened that we are a little bit lagging behind his prophecy, and I can remind you that the last mission, the last Soviet lunar mission, was launched in 1976, and we were able to make the first phase pretty quick. We and Americans, and there was a big break since that time, but now the lunar development is back on the agenda, and the second lunar race is coming with lunar stations establishments, and there are not only 2 players but more players on that market. And the Chinese success is visible. They were able to land on the dark side of the moon, and they intensively studying the lunar surface. So those space technologies discussed back in the 60s or the 70s, our backlog for space exploration was so big that we could imagine that 50 years later there could have been not only lunar but Mars bases, but everything is good in its time. And Andrei, he made a good guess in one point, and he was a little bit mistaken in the other, but his prophecy is amazing, and I think that this is because Sakharov was a great researcher, and he was based on a big scientific basis. And the third point that I want to mention is in terms of what would be the world in 50 years' time. 50 years' time, yeah. This is strategic stability. The third point is that the world should be based on the social and moral progress. This is a very important point because the technological advancement by itself and strategic stability without any changes, without any human input, make no sense. And why is it important now? Because when we talk about stability and the world in technological advancement, there are new generations. And in Sakharov times, the World War II memory was very strong. That was the war population or generation. Now, there are generations who don't know anything about the war, and for a new generation, for new generations, the war is something like a computer game. There are many of them. And this is very dangerous because we believe, and youngsters believe that you may be engaged in those military battles remotely. So it's like not for us. We're just pushing buttons and we bomb other countries, and to our regret, that is so well and deeply rooted in the public consciousness that it's getting very dangerous. It's not only on the youth level, it's on the political level too, when young scientists begin to reflect on the strategic stability issues in the light of the fact that it would not be impacting us, and without that social and moral improvements, we may be in trouble. Apart from such mentality and new generation's mentality that came to the governance, there are issues related to strategic stability that Andrei, at his time, did not think about. Maybe he gave it a thought, but this is new threats, new hazards, because what is a threat? A nuclear threat is there, but it is clear what is being done now. So this is the extension of the START treaty with the Americans, but there are new threats, and this is biological threats first and foremost. During the COVID times, it makes us think about strategic stability in this direction of the science and technological advancement. And probably it is worth mentioning COVID lessons. I know that your forum has covered those issues too. I believe that the first lesson, without doubt, the entire mankind came to understanding that COVID cannot be fought without technological advancement, and what was done is due to modern science. But we are lucky because we had a backlog of quick anti-COVID response of the practical science. There was an understanding and the previous activities of previous responses to similar threats. We all know that we were ready to develop platforms that were used following the quick decipher of the COVID genome in January, of the test systems that were also developed, and vaccines were developed instantaneously. Indeed, there is no effective treatment or medication against COVID, but we were ready. And imagine yourself a situation when there is a bacterial or virus threat that we don't have any backlog against, and we may not have time to cope with that. So the first lesson is that we need to invest much more resources into fundamental research. The second COVID lesson is that we need extended international cooperation. This transparency and exchange of information between researchers in various countries, I don't remember another situation when it so happened both in protein databases, the deciphering of proteins, it all momentarily was put into public domain and was available to researchers from different countries, and that allowed us to take part in the development, bypassing a lengthy process when, in case of border closures, wouldn't be the case, and many countries would not be able to do that if borders were closed. And we have to remember that, because there is a trend from various countries to isolate themselves in science, and many are concerned about a bill introduced into the US Congress that provides for much higher investments into science in terms of quick transfer of knowledge and innovations, but it is also about limitation cooperation with a number of countries, including China and Russia. We can see a big threat here, because without international cooperation, without fundamental research transparency, we will not be able to really establish a stable development system. And the third lesson of the COVID time is that we have to establish conditions to transfer new technologies as faster as possible, because those countries where innovation companies worked well, they had results. And this is a good lesson for us, because we all remember that the vaccine proposal were made in Sputnik V, and we spent a few months in this country to fine-tune their pharmaceutical companies' capabilities to be able to make scientific achievements come true. And this is also, it's a big lesson for us for the future. Speaking about modern challenges, I want to finalize with the energy challenge. It is certainly related to climatic changes and issues, as we said, but this is also related to the activities and vision of Sakharov. You know, Andrei gave it much thought to it, and he proposed a lot of ideas with regard to the peaceful use of energy, and tokamak as Sputnik, or Sputnik, which is a Russian word, and tokamak is a toroidal chamber with solenoids. So that was a proposal of Andrei Sakharov to use thermonuclear reaction for peaceful purposes. The military thermonuclear bomb does not, or reaction does not need control. But if we want to control it for peaceful purposes, we need to set up such devices. Speaking about nuclear energy and the way that we have passed from the fission energy from the military to civilian energy, it took us just 5 years. We blew the first nuclear bomb in 1949, and the first nuclear reactor in the Soviet Union was built in 1954. As far as the thermonuclear energy, the resources of it are boundless. So the first thermonuclear bomb was blown up in 1953, and there is no controlled thermonuclear synthesis since that. Well, there are researchers who has been dealing with that issue for 70 years, and I would say that there is something to think about here in terms of nuclear and thermonuclear energy. We speak a lot about our carbon-free future with regard to the fact that the solar and wind energy would replace the energy of fossil fuels based on combustion of natural gas and crude oil that dominates this country. But knowing the necessity, we have to defend nuclear energy and thermonuclear energy, because the nuclear energy so far is estimated by the world public opinion as dangerous. Indeed, there were major incidents in the United States and in Russia, in Japan. We know that, and we are worried about the recycling of nuclear waste. It's a problem, but the steps that the nuclear energy has passed over the years are bringing us to a new and maximum clean nuclear energy. There would be the first cornerstone, or the first concrete poured in the Seversk town into the foundation of the first test reactor for the breakthrough project, Prorыв project in Russian. And speaking about our future at your forum, the 8th of June would be would feature another forum dedicated to the Future Breakthrough Project. And this is the so-called set of activities which has the fast and slow neutron reactions. So basically this is a cycle, a closed cycle, where the use of nuclear energy and nuclear materials does not bring about a material impact on the environment, and there is a zero opportunity or minimum opportunity or possibility to bring about any negative effects. And I believe that this is another topic for discussion. As I said, we don't discuss future and what energy it can be built on. And in conclusion, I would like to say that Andrei Sakharov was related to thermonuclear energy. Dear distinguished colleagues, let's not rule out the controlled thermonuclear energy industry. We are lagging behind for various reasons, subjective or objective, but I think that there is future related to new players in that field. So I want to say that last week there was a milestone event happened in China. The Chinese Academy of Sciences Plasma Institute was able to show a plasma holding in tokamak within over 100 seconds at the temperature of 120 million degrees. Basically, this is an outstanding result that demonstrates the fact that tokamaks that was invented by Andrei Sakharov are the devices that were and are very critical players in the field of modern energy. And we should not exclude the fact that they would make a big contribution into our sustainable development and our future. Thank you for your attention.
A remarkable moment of human history began. We now call it the Renaissance. There was an explosion of new information, new learning of science, and a revolution in society, religion, politics, and every sphere of life. A critical moment came in 1450 with the European invention by Johannes Gutenberg of the printing press. And suddenly more information was available to more people, cheaper and faster. The democratization and explosion of information and knowledge built momentum that arguably is still underway today. In our lifetime, we have experienced the dawning of the information age, with revolutions in our ability to get more information to even more people, even cheaper and even faster. The internet, yes, has catalyzed a new deluge of data. Is it too much to suggest that we may have the same ingredients at play in our world right now, in the third decade of the 21st century, as they did half a millennium ago? I think so. Except for one enormous unanswered question at the heart of this information age. And that question is not what you think. It is the issue that divides our world, and we are seeing it play out in every sphere of life, from science to philosophy, from medicine to politics. I initially thought that this issue was the issue of truth. What is true? What are facts? What is correct? That is a big issue, no doubt, and that is a huge divide in society now. The difference between facts and conspiracy theories, between what different people choose to accept as true. But it's not the biggest issue that divides us in society. The biggest issue that will shape our world in the next few decades is not what you might immediately think. My name is Graham Codrington. I'm based in Johannesburg, South Africa, and I'm a researcher, an author, a scenario planner, and a futurist with a passion for the future of work. My contribution to the 2020 Sakharov The World in Half a Century Forum is to suggest that the society that we will find on Earth in the later part of the 21st century will be defined by the decisions we make about how we build communities and whether we build society for the majority or for minorities. I believe the big issue that will unfold over the next 50 years is differences in the way that we choose to lead and organize society, not what we believe, what we think, or what we can prove. But please allow me to take a slightly winding path in order to make my point. Before I begin, just let me acknowledge that I see the world through Western, European, and white bias. It is who I am, and it is what I have been brought up with and the basis of most of my studies. While I've traveled extensively across the length and breadth of this world, I do not have enough insight into Asian and Middle Eastern culture to be able to broaden my analysis to be truly global. I hope that other people pick up my thesis and do attempt to globalize it maybe more than I am going to be capable of. So my analysis of both history and the future is from my position and where I see it. But from that position, in my introduction, I insinuated that the driving force behind human advancement in the past 600 years has been the expansion of knowledge and the growth of science and modernism and humanism and everything else that followed from that. And of course, that's true at many levels. But even if we go all the way back to Gutenberg and to his printing press, we discover that almost immediately after it was popularized and printing presses began to make their way into every town and city around Europe and eventually the world, it immediately began to be used by competing groups to print propaganda pamphlets against each other. In particular, and especially in Europe, it was the Protestants versus the Catholics and vice versa. Of course, the owners of the printing press didn't verify facts or truth in the things that they printed. They were just very, very happy to print whatever anybody was prepared to pay for. I think that's where we might be at the moment as well in human history, isn't it? Today it might feel that the world is even more divided than it has ever been based on what we do and don't believe, what we're prepared to accept and not accept as true. On the one side, there are facts. That's normally my side, right? If I'm arguing for something being right and correct and factual, it's normally my side I'm arguing for. So on our side, there are the facts. On the other side, in the immortal words of Donald Trump's short-lived spokesperson, Sean Spicer, there are alternative facts. Probably one of my favorite quotes out of the White House in the last few years. Otherwise known as lies. Well, of course, they would be lies if they're on the other side. The divide is between the things we can prove versus conspiracy theories, the things we can objectively say are true versus the things we just choose to believe. And although that feels like the big divide in society right now, I first of all don't think that the divide is as big as it appears. But I also don't think that that is the divide that really matters, or the divide that will shape the next 50 years. Although I personally find myself more on the liberal and progressive side of politics and life and philosophy, I don't want to in any way pretend that I'd think differently if my side were under the same amount of pressure and scrutiny as conservatives are today. We are all affected by confirmation bias. Our brains are programmed to do everything they can to prove what we already believe. And the things that we already believe, we find evidence for everywhere, and everything else we reject. For me, the divide is not about the choice between one set of facts and another set of facts, but rather the divide between whether we choose to allow for difference or not. Whether we'd prefer to build a community, either a small tribe or a family or a group or a sect or a little cluster of people, whether we choose to build that or if we're thinking bigger in terms of racial groups, cultural groups, religions, nation states, whether we choose to build these groupings based on all the things that we have in common, or only the things we have in common, building groups that are composed of people who are like us and believe the things that we believe, and that is what creates our sense of connection and belonging. Or whether we are prepared to do the work to build groups, to build communities, to build societies that allow for differences of expression, differences of belief, and don't just allow for those differences, but actively embrace and even cultivate those differences, seeing those differences as a unique advantage, as a positive, valuable characteristic of that society. That for me is where the big divides come. And it is the choice between those two options that will define the next half century of our existence. Historically, the divide between left and right, and we use that language, the divide between government on the one side, big government versus small government, the divide between big business and labor, the divide between capitalism and communism, the divides between conservative and liberal or progressive on the other side. Those mainly political, but also social and cultural divides have been, they're entrenched worldviews that have been almost caricatured in various nations around the world and how they see each other. Russia looks at America and sees selfishness embedded in the heart of the culture and warns their own people against it. Arab nations look at America and see immorality and a degrading of society because of it. America and Europe look back at Russia and cannot see beyond their caricature of Marxism and an outdated version of communism that hasn't existed in Russia for years. America looks at China and sees repressive control. China looks back and sees the death throes of capitalism, even while China tries to embrace a new form of capitalism that doesn't have some of the social baggage they think they can see in America and Europe. Historically, the divide has been between where control happens. It's between big government, in other words, government that makes rules that keep society in play, and that often leads towards authoritarianism, versus freedom. Well, at least that's how it's often been expressed, versus allowing people to just get on with their lives. And we call that small government. But I don't think that those divides exist in the form that most political purists or theorists would have us believe. The edges are blurred and the centers are not holding. In the West, where that divide has been between government control and government programs and government assistance of people, versus, which is the more liberal or progressive side of things, or the labor-focused side of things, versus, on the other hand, the conservative approaches in different countries around the world, which just wants individuals to get on with their lives, to remove restrictions on what people and businesses can do. Those who are on the conservative side have always thought of themselves as the ones who have been more free. They don't want to create rules to impose things on people. And it sounds as if the conservatives, or the neoliberals, if we want to give them another label, are the ones who are most in favor of freedom. Actually, they're not. They're only in favor of being free, of people being free, if those people are free to be just like me, free to be normal, free to be part of the majority of our society. And that's the language that's been emerging. It was the language that was used during Brexit. It was the language of the Donald Trump-led Conservative Party. It's the language of Bolsonaro in Brazil. It's the language of Putin in Russia. It's the majority. It's the people who are like us and the people who are not like us. We need to somehow remove. But these are not the people of freedom. I'm not saying that in a bad way. Freedom is largely overrated and almost impossible. Think about it this way. There are people who are saying, my body, my choice, about the COVID vaccines, right? Or COVID responses like mask wearing, saying, well, it's up to me. I get to choose how I'm going to respond to COVID. And if I don't want to wear a mask, I'm not going to wear a mask. If I don't want the vaccine, I'm not going to take the vaccine. But we don't allow that with public health emergencies. You don't allow that with Ebola or with smallpox. If somebody had smallpox in your community, you wouldn't be championing their freedom to go wherever they wanted to go, their body, their choice. We don't champion freedom when it comes to driving on the roads, for example. There are rules of the roads. You can't just say, my car, my rules. That would cause chaos in society. This is the categorical imperative of philosophy, isn't it? That how would this end if everybody acted like you, if everybody acted with complete freedom and no regard for any rules that create a society? We would end very, very quickly in complete and utter chaos. When we discover that we are human beings, we discover that we are part of society. No man is an island, as John Donne said. We have to find that balance. History and future will be defined by working out the balance between individual rights and societal rights, between individual responsibilities and societal responsibilities to the individual to society, and society to the individual. And over the next 50 years, we're going to see this play out in a number of different spheres of society, in a number of different places that are going to force us to make this key decision that I think is at the heart of the future. Do we favor the majority? Do we favor a more utilitarian approach where we basically say we're going to set up society for the people who are the most normal, who are the most like us? Because let's be honest, typically when we are talking language like that, we are talking about us, and we are the ones with the power. The minority, people who are minorities in whatever way they might be minorities in society, do not have the luxury of talking like that. Or do we, on the other hand, set up a society that values, includes, and fully protects those people who are different? Let me give you an example of one of the ways this is playing out right now, and that is of transgender sports people. So people who don't fit neatly into the category of male or female. Now, the ancient Greeks solved this problem by not even allowing women to be involved in the Olympics and in their sports events. Because if you are looking for the prime example of an athlete, well then in almost all endeavors, the male is going to be the prime example. If you're looking for the fastest person, you might discover the fastest woman, but the fastest woman is not going to be even close to the 100th fastest man. And if you do the same with the strongest person, you're going to end up with normally a man. And so in most sports, whether it's golf or tennis or swimming or athletics, there are very, very, very few endeavors where the best sports person out of everybody is not going to be a man. So either we do what the Greeks do and we only let men compete, or we just let everybody compete, but we know for sure that the men will win and that women won't even get through the qualifying rounds, or we create a separate category. And that's obviously what we did with the modern Olympics, and now in every sporting code we created this separate category called women. But now, of course, modern science is showing us that there are not two different buckets, there's a spectrum of sexuality. And we're discovering that not everybody is who they think they are. There's a movement at the moment which is saying that every sports person who wants to go into the professional sphere needs to be tested. They have to get their chromosomes tested, and they have to have a genital verification. That's not going to end well, because there was a professor of genetics who actually did this with her students. And over the course of 2 or 3 years, she allowed every student to be tested genetically, and then stopped the experiment because it was very, very, very traumatizing for a lot of people, because they discovered that it's not as simple as X and Y chromosomes, that a lot of people have got complications in their chromosomes, and a lot of people are not the gender that they think they are, because our gender does not express itself as obviously as our physical bodies indicate. I realize this is controversial, but this is where the science is leading us. And I'm not wanting to argue about the science in this lecture, but just to talk about the philosophical and societal constructs that come from this. If we begin to test every professional athlete for genitals and chromosomes, we are going to prove that there are not two genders, that there's a much bigger spectrum. And at that point, what do you do? Because it's not enough to have men and women as two categories. Like the Special Olympics, where you've got multiple categories. There's nearly 90 different categories of disability. We might have to have many different categories of gender. It's just an example of the complexity of either just saying, no, you have to fit into the category of best sports person, and that happens to be men, deal with it. Or we go one step below that and say, well, it's only men and women, two categories, and that's the end. And anybody who doesn't fit neatly into it, sorry, you're not allowed to play. That's the conservative approach. And it's an approach. It's a view, it's a decision you can make. Or on the other hand, we can make a different decision and create multiple categories. It's more complex, it's more expensive, it requires a lot more work. But those are the choices we are faced with, those two options. I am more inclined to believe that choosing to build society around minorities, to make space for diversity and difference, is going to produce a better world. What would that mean in reality? What does choosing to build a society around minorities means? Well, it means we've got to think about public policy that protects minorities, that creates space for difference. It's about how we choose to spend public money, supporting those people who have previously been excluded, who have previously not been able to access things, opening up spaces like my sports example, but the same might take place in education and in religion and in politics. It's got to do with changing the way that we communicate science. Science should not be communicated by scientists. The people who study these things don't necessarily have the language and the connection with society to take what they are studying, like gender studies, and turn it into a societal debate. We're going to have to make sure that education is upgraded to include critical thinking, scientific processing. Statistics and modeling should be part of every education in every part of the world. We're going to have to encourage public officials, especially public officials, but everybody, to regularly change their minds and to tell us that they've changed their minds and explain how and why they did it. Right now, we don't allow people to change their minds. If somebody made a statement 20 years ago and we find it, we don't allow them to say, I've changed, I've developed, especially not public officials. And if we're talking about politics, we need to move beyond oppositional politics, which is creating massive culture wars. And so we then talk about being woke on this side and cancel culture on that side. We've got to move beyond the divide that we have in the world. Now, as somebody who does subscribe to the more progressive view, the more liberal view, the view that thinks we should open up to more diversity, you'd obviously expect me to characterize the conservative view as being more selfish. By definition, almost it is those who are in the majority that desire to build a society that has themselves at the center of it. Selfishness is famously at the heart of capitalism. Adam Smith famously referred to this as self-interest and suggested that if everybody acts according to their own self-interest, the system will balance itself out and grow. And there's merit in this, and the longest period of sustained economic growth and wealth creation in human history is built on the foundation of selfishness. So some would say that's a good choice. Except that I would argue it's not working. Largely because one of Adam Smith's other key principles was the invisible hand. And that invisible hand now has a massive spotlight shining on it. It's not invisible anymore, and we can see that it's the hand of the rich and powerful. During COVID, billionaires and upper millionaires have increased their wealth by nearly 50%. During a global pandemic, while around a fifth of the world's employees have lost their jobs. It's tough to argue that the current systems are working. And by the way, this is not a critique only of capitalism. It's different, but similar results exist in all the BRICS nations. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa are seeing similar things. Different, but also much the same. What we need to do is stop focusing on trying to gather power for those who are already powerful. We must choose to build a society around the needs of minorities, around the needs of those people who have previously been excluded. That's why I called this talk Just Us for All. If we build a society where we are focused on those who are not like us, if we build a club for people who are not in our club, I think we will build a better club. I believe that those countries, those societies, those cultures, those religions, those groups that do this, that make the choice to build themselves for the minorities, will be better off 50 years from now than those that don't. I can't predict which way things will go. This is not a prediction. I can only assume that different countries, different regions, different groups, different religions, different societies will make different choices. And 50 years from now, we'll be able to look back and see different options and work out which was best. What I can do is lay out the case for making the choice that I am suggesting, a choice to build inclusive and affirming communities all around the world, to build a brighter future with justice for all. If we do that, I believe we will build a better world than if we don't. I thank you.
Distinguished friends, our forum had the best international speakers, and what unites them is humanity, as Andrei Sakharov was. The future and its image can be described by anthroponomics, which is a human-centric economy. The world, technologies, and whatever surrounds us would be more corresponding to our emotions, health, behavior, would be more comfortable for us, and probably this is the main trend that would expect us in a post-digital world, in the world after 50 years, in half a century. Thank you for having been with us at this, I think, interesting futurologist forum.